Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Conversations for the Future, or as we like to call it, C4F. And the topic today is space logistics. My name is Lila Gislason. I'm the co-founder and chief of marketing of the Foundation for the Future, and the foundation is also the host of this event. So we're honored that you're here. Thank you for joining us. It is wonderful to see so many familiar faces here in the Zoom. Hi, Terry. Brett, again, thank you for offering to co-host with us. So we've been doing this event on a monthly basis since December. And the support of all of you and the collaboration has been absolutely incredible. So thank you for all making it happen. If you're joining us for the first time, welcome. C4F is a monthly event series inspiring conversations to advance space access for everyone. A little bit more about the Foundation for the Future to put into context why we created this event before I introduce the day. So we are a 501c3 education and advocacy nonprofit and the only nonpartisan organization that we know of advocating for financial tools that will make it easier to get capital for space infrastructure. The Foundation for the Future's vision is space access for everyone. So we're not just talking astronauts and billionaires, as many people like to say. We're not even talking just everyone on this call, folks in the industry, but we want to engage everyone, young and old, anyone intrigued by the idea of someday traveling to space, working in space, or even living in space. But we know that to make space accessible to everyone, we must accelerate our infrastructure development now. It's really sort of near term, near Earth is what we're focusing on to make sure that we can make a difference 10, 15, 20, 100 years out. So we're driving this conversation with an actionable and sustainable solution. And that is the Space Corporation Act. We are currently advocating to Congress for this act, and I guess what makes it different is that it advocates for long-term financial tools, including loan guarantees from the federal government for space companies building essential space infrastructure, many of you. So also, as part of the Space Corporation Act, we are committed to treating workforce as infrastructure. You'll hear a lot about workforce today because it's essential to develop a thriving space workforce for us to really create, again, the infrastructure that we're going to need to sustain this industry. So we're focusing on both professional and blue-collar jobs, and we like to call it our kindergarten to orbit workforce development program. So we're doing a lot of work on that front as well. Regarding the Space Corporation Act, we are excited to report that over 100 House representatives and senators are in early support of the act. So we're making some great progress. It's very promising, but we do still have a long way to go. Thanks to all the organizations and associations who partnered with us, and thank you to our members who support us. We can't do this important work without you, so thank you. If you've attended these events before, you may have heard us use the phrase, make space boring, or we want to make space boring. And I think to this audience especially, that might sound a little shocking, like, what does that mean? What does that mean? You know, space isn't boring, space is like the pinnacle of exciting. But I guess I would challenge you to think if you were living 100 years ago and to think forward 100 years that you would someday hop in your car, this like modern marvel of incredible ingenuity, and drive on a beautifully paved asphalt road somewhere to work or any store that you might be going to, and completely forget how you got there. I think you can now start to understand what we mean by boring. We want space to be commonplace. Same goes for the airline industry. 60 years ago, you would have never thought that someday you would just hop on the plane in your sweatpants and close the window, pop open a book, and 5 hours later arrive in a place. You're 40,000 feet above the ground. I mean, it's an incredible feat of innovation. So that's, again, what we mean when we want to make space boring. We want to make it commonplace. We want to make it routine. We want to make it just every day. It may have to get more exciting before it gets boring. We're playing the long game here, but I would love for someone to someday ask me, what are you doing next weekend? Are you going to that party up in space? Well, yeah, I'm totally going to that party. Of course, we're going to that party. So that's kind of where we're coming from with that. Initially, we created this event to gather stories, case studies, to make the case to Congress for why the US needs to support space infrastructure. And we're still doing that, but this event has blossomed into so much more. The speakers are incredible, the content continues to evolve, and the connections that have been sparked just, again, since December have been absolutely incredible. We have more conversations many times after the event than here during the event, which is great. And I've heard the same from a lot of the listeners. So again, thank you all for tuning in. June's theme is space logistics. So today we'll focus on various topics like getting from Earth to space and moving around in space, space traffic management, the infrastructure and policies required to activate it, and the workforce will need to enable it, really the whole ecosystem. So you'll catch many of our speakers touching on the funding of space logistics, historical aspects of space logistics, and again, policy and law as well. So we'll have a variety of speakers, panels, and a bunch of exciting new segments. I really love what we're doing here. So from 11 to 11:30, we'll have a segment called What's Going On? And we'll be talking about different current events in the space industry, which is kind of fun. From 1:20 to 1:30, we'll be taking a little break, and it will be a networking break. We're calling it Conversations at the Water Cooler. So join us for that. You can grab your lunch, heat up leftovers, or stick around for a little bit of a chat. At 1:30, just after that, we'll have a segment called Space Money, where we talk about finance and economics. Interesting stuff. Again, this is all important to start at the ground level and really build out the infrastructure that we need. It always starts with money. And then at 2:30, Alaina Davis will join us for Student Spotlight, which is fun. She'll be talking about her experiences as a student in the space industry. So tune in for that. And again, we've got a lot of exciting speakers and panels. Tim Christman, our executive director and co-founder, is live in Savannah, Georgia. We've been doing this on the road segment now since for a couple months. We were in Akron, Ohio. We were also in Scranton, Pennsylvania. And you may ask, how can a non-California state like Georgia become part of the space economy? It's not Florida, it's not Alabama. Savannah's a small town. How is that relevant? Well, throughout this event, we hope to uncover why towns like Savannah are exactly what the space industry needs. So tune in for Tim running around the town, and I think he will be live from the Railroad Museum this morning, which is kind of fun. And before I introduce our hosts today, I just wanted to take a moment to acknowledge our team. As I sit here comfortably from outside of Ann Arbor, Michigan, again, Tim and Ashley are in Savannah running around like crazy. Lee Steinke, who's the producer of our event, has done a phenomenal job pulling all the speakers together. Michael has also been phenomenal. Thank you so much for all the work you're doing. And Fabio, of course, Leo on the back end. You've seen him as host, but he is really a creative and digital extraordinaire, and he's making this event happen. Alana does our social media. Emily helps with fundraising. Morgan is going to be speaking today, also a wonderful thinker. And thank you for being part of the team. I hope I'm not missing anyone, but again, thank you all so much. Today promises to be an engaging day. Feel free to converse in the chat, to ask questions. And again, thank you so much for joining and enjoy the event. So now I have the pleasure to introduce today's co-hosts. I'll begin by introducing Lee, and then I will introduce Brett, who will take it from there. So Lee is the event producer for Conversations for the Future. She comes to the foundation from a background as a scientist and business executive with a track record of delivering value through science, strategy, and operations. Her career spans Fortune 500 to small nonprofit organizations, and she was most recently on the executive leadership team of a billion-dollar PE-backed energy company. Lee chairs the advisory board for the Rocky Mountain Association of Geologists and is a program management consultant at Space Foundation. She holds a bachelor's degree from UNC Chapel Hill, a master's from Yale, and an MBA from Wharton. Also, she is a pool shark, apparently. I know we've included that in some of our intros, but she can tell you more about that. And next up will be today's guest co-host, Brett Peterson. He is the winner of last month's New Space Business Plan competition. Brett is the leader of Venture Ingredients, a company that is creating food for the future on Earth and in space. Brett is a serial entrepreneur and was previously the North American product manager for a multinational ingredients company. Thank you so much, Brett, for joining us, and take it away.
Thanks so much, Layla. Like I said earlier, honored to be here. It's my privilege also to introduce our next speaker, who is Michael Lane. Michael's actually the one who is responsible for getting me into this, so the whole thing is one who kind of pulled me to the fold here, so that's fun to introduce him. Mr. Lane founded the Liftport Group with the idea that an elevator to space could and should be built commercially. The concept for Liftport was simple: to develop the subsystems and precursor technologies needed for the elevator, and to commercialize those as a method of payment for the larger, longer-term project of building the elevator. Areas of focus are robotics, nanotech, and material science, finance, and media. Michael, you're kind of kicking us off this morning. Tell us more about what we're going to talk about today. And Michael, you're still on mute. I should.
A year into this, and we still haven't figured out turning on and off mute buttons. Good morning, everybody. Let me swap over to my slides and do a screen share. Is everybody seeing that?
I am not yet, but that could be just me.
Nope. All right, everybody seeing that? Is it large screen?
There we go.
Okay, cool. Good morning, everybody. Thanks for having me. It's been a lot of fun doing these events the last couple months. We usually kick these off with me doing some sort of kind of grand architecture to kind of show where we are, where we're going, and with any luck, how we're going to get there along the way. And so I usually kick these things off with a little bit deeper dive into what the topics are going to be over the course of the next 2 days. And this one is logistics. I'm pretty interested in this. I'll tell you, when we started doing this, as I talk to more and more people that are not space professionals, just normal, average, everyday people, I found something kind of surprising in that there's a certain wonder and mystery about space, and I think I feel the same way. but it also, in talking to people that have known me for a long time, they they a common theme kind of arose in that they felt like going to space was magic, right? There like they couldn't really understand the steps or the processes. So that's one of the things we're going to be spending some time on over the next 2 days is logistics, how to get stuff from where it is to where it needs to be, and the process of creating space assets. So yeah, that's what we're going to talk about. So I always start with this picture. This always kind of fascinates me, the Earth up in the top corner there, uh, and the moon being the focus, because that's my focus here. Um, and as we talk about the grand architecture and how logistics fits into this, um, we got to kind of look back at some policy choices that were made about a year ago at the National Space Council. I think this document is pretty important. It's pretty easy to find. I'll post a link to it in a moment. But this is kind of the modern start of the current era of space. And I think there's a lot in here. It's only about a 20-page document, definitely worth reading, super inspirational. The National Space Council did a heck of a job with this doc. And out of it, they came up with kind of 5 big ideas. We're really going to be focusing on commercialization of LEO, returning to the moon to stay. Those are the areas that we're paying attention to. But there's some inspirational concepts about going to Mars and beyond, and workforce development as well. So Lieutenant General Quast has come on our events a couple times now. He's talking about how these are maybe some of the most important conversations in our nation's history. And the chief scientist of U.S. Space Force also has been a participant here. And he's made some pretty great comments about how the role of government is changing how we do space. And there's these reference programs of current programs that exist, and then there are potential programs, and all the things that we're doing currently in space kind of cycle around this a little bit, right? That the government is a pretty solid catalyst and instigator for some of these big things that are happening. But because they've been a catalyst and instigator, things are happening that are outside of their kind of design plan, if you will. Truly billions of new dollars are being moved into the commercial space sector in the last 6 months. It's really quite amazing. And that was never part of a governmental plan that was specific, but it was part of a governmental plan to encourage private capital of space. And so that's been really interesting to see evolve. And it's been a steady curve up for several years now. I think Raphael is going to talk a little bit about that in his talk later. But it's been, this role of government has been changing. And I've been saying for a long time, probably 15 years, that development in space is really predicated on or has a foundation in 4 basic areas. Hardware is the thing we always talk about. What is starting to get attention now in the last 5 years, 10 years, has been, the commercial elements of it, telling our story and having a framework that we can rely on, a governmental framework, a national policy, multinational policy framework that we can rely on. Those are super important. So those are all the building blocks, right? Hardware gets all the attention, whether it's the International Space Station or big ideas about mining the moon or space solar power, or my focus, a lunar space elevator. Hardware is the stuff that gets all the attention. And lately, with every couple days, it feels like there's a new rocket launching. There's a new company launching. There's more Starlink's satellites in the sky. Hardware appropriately gets a lot of attention, but that hardware couldn't exist without the business outreach and framework that support it. I'm kind of an old nerd. I refer to the players in this field as ACDC, and it stands for Academic, Civil, Defense, and Commercial. My little joke about moon rocks is pretty cheesy, but I still stand by it. I like this acronym because I think it's easy to understand and it's easy to put the players in the right box. So academic and civil were, for the most part, leading the cause for a really long time, like decades and decades. And defense and commercial are adding a lot of weight recently. And it's been pretty fun to watch the evolution of this. So as we move out into space, this is what I refer to as kind of the grand architecture. There are kind of 6 big ideas here. We're well on our way with launch and communications and Earth observation. Like, I won't ever call it a checkbox, but we've done most of that work. Like that work is well underway. Big things are happening there. More than 6 reusable rocketry companies are in development in the United States alone. Another 6, maybe a dozen, are happening internationally. Launch is solid. Like, we know how to do it. We're pretty darn good at it. And there are literally 150 launch companies that are tracked right now. There may be more than that. We're entering an era where we have about 4,000 satellites in orbit right now, orbital assets, and we're moving very quickly to an era where we will have 40,000 satellites in the not too distant future. So that's exciting, and that kind of gives us the infrastructural basis for getting everything else built. So what happens after that? We get really good at in-space transportation. That would be, think of space tugs, the old idea of space tugs. There's one operational now. There's one that's going to be operational in I think July or September. I forget when Momentous is launching. And then Astra just bought a 3rd orbital transport company just a couple days ago. So orbital transport is going to be available. I mean, I don't want to be cheesy, but it should be as straightforward as calling for an Uber to get your satellite from, for example, low Earth orbit to geosynchronous orbit, or a ride share of launch that could launch anywhere to call these folks up and get moved to the place that you want to be. That's part of logistics, right? I'm a big fan of the lunar space elevator. I think that will certainly be a component of enriching the cislunar econosphere between the Earth and the Moon. There are going to be a lot of space stations, probably more than we expected even just 5 years ago. That, I think, is a pretty exciting place to be. I can think of probably 5, and I just heard of one last week that might be really amazing. So that's an area that I'm particularly going to be watching, is the development of space stations. And that could be low Earth orbit I'm a little bit skeptical of some of that. Geosynchronous orbit, certainly I think there's going to be a mammoth space station at the Lagrange points. And then on the moon, I'm counting the moon as space stations as well. That enables mining and manufacturing, whether you're mining resources off of the moon and manufacturing it in orbit, I think is still to be determined. And then eventually, once we've got all those resources and assets in place, we'll eventually come back and wind up building an enormous power system for the Earth's 300 largest cities of the world. So if you do that, you can power 40% of the global population. So I think that's where we're going. I think that's the grand architecture. And within that, this cislunar space becomes available, usable. My brother refers to it as a real estate play. And I think there's some accuracy to that. You know, where are we going? We're going to go to orbit, Leo and Geo, and lots of other places. We're going to go to the Lagrange points. We're going to go to the moon in a big way. I mean, there's a lot of stuff happening on the moon in the next 10 years. So I think that's all part of the grand architecture. I usually box the grand architecture between the Earth and the moon and between now and 2035. Because I think, you know, having a box makes it easier to understand where we're going and what we're doing. I think space stations are going to be a very important, vital component of this. I don't think they're super well understood just yet. I mean, you know, the examples of the International Space Station, early versions of Skylab, the Chinese system that's being assembled now. I think those are all the first basic steps, but I don't think we have a really good handle on where we're going with space stations. So I think that's going to be an area that needs to be kind of worked at a little bit more. As these AC/DC partners come together, we're going to get more and more capabilities. So watch this, right? The network is more powerful than the node. If the node is a space station, or a node is a Blue Origin spacecraft, or a node is a Starlink satellite, each of those are nodes. But when you put all of those parts together, and right now it looks like there are thousands of organizations aiming for space. There are 17 space agencies in Africa alone. Now, none of them are as big as NASA. Even if you combine them all together, they're not as big as NASA. But that there are 17 different budgets, 17 different plans on the continent of Africa, that should tell you that the world is moving towards space. And all of these individual nodes add up to an enormous network. So how do we do this stuff? This is the thing that somebody referred to as magic, right? So when we get to space, and it doesn't matter whether you're building a Starlink or a New Glenn or an International Space Station, this process is basically the same, right? So you start with ideation. You have a gap. You know, there's a knowledge gap that the defense might have, the Defense Department might have. There's a science gap where you're trying to build a weather monitoring system, or there's a commercial gap for communications and observation. A gap is identified, and the first thing you try to do is solve it on the ground, right? Nobody wants to just, the first thing you do is go to space. That's not the first answer when you've identified a gap. You go to space when going to space is really the only solution, or at least the most cost-effective solution. So there's an ideation phase. Once you've identified that space is the right path, then you start moving into designs, and oh my gosh, there are so many review steps in that. And everywhere along the way, you try to de-risk, because going to space is expensive, it's complicated, it's time consuming. And if you can do it on the ground, you should do it on the ground, because it's expensive and time consuming.
Michael, I apologize to interrupt you there, but I have to de-risk the session a little bit. We're a couple minutes over time, so I do need to, sorry about that.
All right, yeah, no worries. So this is what I wanted to get to: ideation, design, construction, launch, and deployment. These pieces are the things that happen when we go to space. Construction and contracting, finding somebody who can build it, then there's a test and accept phase, moving on to launch, moving on to deployment. So that was, in fact, my last slide. Thanks very much. Moving on to Brett. Thank you, guys. Appreciate it, y'all.
Thanks so much, Michael. I love the presentation. I love the opportunities we all have to engage, right? Michael, one of the things I love about what you just presented is all of us on the call, somewhere in that 5-star cycle, right? That last slide, there's a place for us to pitch in.
There is.
One very minor way we can, one way we can pitch in as well, working with Foundation for the Future specifically, we're kicking off a membership drive for corporate individual members in the month of June. There's our space, it kind of helps with some of the advocacy and some of the work that the Foundation for the Future is doing, including pushing forward the Space Corporation Act bill. If you'd like to be interested, you can join the community of space and financial industry leaders and organizations kind of working towards this. If you want to sign up for that, that's at f4f.space, www.f4f, the number 4.space. It's a place you can join up and get involved that way. That's one way to get involved. We're going to hear throughout the rest of the conference today a lot of other ways we can get involved. Which leads us to the next speaker. Our next speaker is Tim Chrisman, who's speaking a little bit about workforce development, ways to get people in different communities involved. Tim is the executive director and co-founder of Foundation for the Future. He's a former CIA and an Army intelligence officer. Tim supported the National Space Council and the Joint Staff at the Pentagon. He holds master's degrees in intelligence studies and international relations and affairs, both from American University. Mr. Chrisman is the author of the book, Humanity in Space, and of various articles about the expanse of our civilization in space. Tim's next challenge and mission is to make space accessible, survivable, and ultimately routine enough to be boring. Tim, welcome.
Thanks, Brett. Yeah, so I'm here in Savannah, Georgia, one of the largest port cities on the eastern seaboard. I actually lived here for years, never knowing of how much cargo moves through the port of Savannah. I believe it's like the 4th largest port in the US, which is absurd to me because I watch them dye the river green every St. Patrick's Day. And that's just not something I associate with logistics and shipping things. And so it's exciting to be able to be here on scene talking about this topic as we are moving the conversation forward and talking about different facets of space infrastructure. You heard from Michael just now, sort of the model that we're using when we think about infrastructure. And if you're following any of the news out of DC, you hear a lot of debate about what is infrastructure. Is workforce infrastructure, is it only bridges? As a space infrastructure nonprofit, we tend to have a fairly expansive view of what infrastructure is. But right now, I want to talk a little bit more about logistics and space logistics specifically. Leo or Lila, can you share my slides? There we go. All right. All righty. One of the first physics books, well, science books, I suppose, I ever read other than dinosaur books was A Brief History of Time, the illustrated edition, not the original one. Yes, my dad was weird. I was a very strange 5-year-old. And A Brief History of Time illustrated edition has really cool photos if you've never seen it. So be sure to check it out. What I want to talk about here is sort of where we are in logistics. What is this thing we're talking about? And why devote essentially an entire month of programming to it as part of our conversations for the future. And so I hope to be able to catch you up to speed on where we're at in logistics history, be able to explain a little more about where we see it going and how we at the foundation are pushing Congress and other legislatures to do something about space logistics specifically. Next slide, please. All right, so as many of you who have been to previous events know, I like to define whatever it is I'm talking about. So that way I get the moral high ground when I disagree with you. So logistics, also there's the sort of phonetic pronunciation. I have no clue what any of those letters mean in the combination, but essentially it is gathering things together to move them from point A to point B. And I suppose it doesn't necessarily need to involve moving, but merely the act of coordinating. And so I personally am one of the first to admit logistics has always been something that causes my eyes to roll into the back of my head. And some of my best friends in the Army were the logisticians, and I would tease them to no end about how is it that you can have such a boring job and pretend like you're busy so often. And I suppose the testament to one in particular, Jeff, that he remains my friend after years of me talking like this to him. Next slide. So I raised the story of this being boring and something I underappreciated because here at the foundation, our sort of business slogan, so to speak, is making space boring enough to be real. And logistics is that which runs on top of or what uses the infrastructure. And so the logistics professionals are the ones that are overlaying the movement of whether it's data, sewage, cargo, et cetera, on top of the infrastructure. And next slide, it's that sort of layering on that gives logistics its sort of reputation, not only as something boring, but as something that we don't need to pay attention to because it's just always in the background. And it's not until it breaks that we truly notice that this logistics thing is a big deal. I pulled this graphic from the internet this morning. And ironically enough, as I'm pulling this, I couldn't pull this down for start. It took me 2 hours to download this because vast swaths of the internet were experiencing outages. So in the very act of trying to download an image to illustrate how complicated logistics is, I am working through a logistics failure because some hosting company had a breakdown in either their network infrastructure or the actual handling thereof. And so in and of itself, that is a funny story. To me, you had to listen to it because I thought it was funny. But the story behind this is there is a lot that goes into this logistics that at every step in the process are people, there's equipment that is specialized to the point where this is a machine that works exceptionally well when it works. When a tanker or a cargo ship parallel parks in the Suez Canal, that then backs everything else up. And it is a system where if you do it right, you always look good and nobody ever thinks it's hard. And when you break something, it is the end of people's careers. And so I have had over the past couple of years a sort of, I think it's called a road to Damascus moment when you see the light. Anyway, it was a moment of realization that the breadth and scale of the worldwide logistics network is so complicated and hard that I had to go back to this friend Jeff and actually apologize that I was clearly had no idea what I was talking about and that he was in fact the better person for having the harder job. Yeah, that was the end of that story. So next slide. So there's a handful of different types of logistics, not terribly relevant, but it's a useful sort of framing as we're continuing to talk about this. Inbound, so this is when you order something from a manufacturer, it arrives and you add value to it. Outbound is you, the company, then shipping it to a customer. So Amazon sending it to me. And then reverse, where I return it to Amazon because I didn't want it after all, and it was just an accidental order. Right now in the space community, the vast majority of our logistics system and our integration with logistics is that the inbound, the manufacturer to manufacturer component, and then the let's shovel it off the ground into space, and the outbound. There is not the capability until very recently of returning things back to Earth. And so sort of the outbound of space back, or I suppose that could be the reverse. It's a return to sender sort of logistics. And a couple months ago, Michael and some others were talking about how if SpaceX is able to get Starship right, and it looks increasingly like it is inevitable that this is going to work for them, that you now have a paradigm shift in how we relate to space. It's no longer a one-way trip. It's no longer a insanely hard proposition to get up. It is also now feasible to bring things back with you in a controlled manner that allows for not only off-world manufacturing, but the delivery of raw materials and unfinished goods back. And so that is, in many senses, the heart of the sort of groundswell of change around space logistics right now, because where are those goods and services going to be returned to? Who gets to claim essentially ownership in terms of the national account and where those goods and services are counted for terms of GDP, for tariffs, for taxes, et cetera. And this is something we have talked, go ahead and do the next slide, Leo, but this is something we have talked with Space Florida, with the Global Spaceport Alliance and others about. This is an opportunity for the United States to position itself as the return port for everything that goes to space and everything that comes back. And at that point, it doesn't matter if it is France, Botswana, China, or Japan, returning things back to the ground. If it all flows through the US, that now is counted as a US export back to that country, a taxable good in the United States, and changes the funding equation for space as an infrastructure segment. So I promised we were going to talk about a brief history of space. And as all my stories do, we take a long time to get to there. But here we are at the history part. And so I've broken the history of logistics into 3 segments. There's old-timey logistics, there's less old-timey logistics, and there's modern logistics. And so we'll stick with the old-timey for now. where this is basically everything from the beginning of humans walking upright. Can you go back a slide, Leo? Up until about 1830. Technically, you could say it was 1826 when we invented the railroad. But until then, you carried things. You put it on your back, you put it on your pet, you put it in a bag, you put it on a boat. And the options of what you transported and how you transported it were pretty limited. And you were in a, the people who doing this transport were either the actual merchants doing the selling, the sailors doing the sailing, or if you were in the military, the washed up, broken soldiers who couldn't fight anymore. So it wasn't really a respected profession unless you were bringing shiny rocks and spices back. At that point, it mattered. Next slide. So as we move forward in time, railroads invented. Now we have the ability to essentially ship things using the cheap access of the sea on land. You can just shovel a bunch of stuff into a railroad car. I'm standing in front of the Georgia Historical Railroad Museum, and this is one of the earliest hubs for rail transit on the East Coast. And this was where they took the cargo from the ships, loaded onto trains, and were able to transport goods not as cheap as a boat. There's so far nothing we have been able to do that is as cheap as transporting things at sea. But they were able to put it on cars and transport it significantly faster and cheaper than on horseback or personback. That said, it was still a relatively limited system for logistics. You were still transporting the spices and shiny rocks. You could carry a little bit heavier stuff in terms of coal and metal and helmets. And you had a couple extra options, and a few different groups of people were starting to get into the game, primarily the sort of rich train dudes that fought over building transcontinental railroads. In 1940, in the lead up to World War II, that's really where logistics as we know it took a turn for the better. So next slide. It was at this point that there was not a limit on what was shipped, how it was shipped, and who was involved in the shipping. The US pioneered this in part because our infrastructure took little to no damage in World War II. But by mobilizing the entire country to produce war goods, we quickly realized not only do we have a really honkin' big country with a long way to transport things, we realized we're actually really good at dragging stuff from coast to coast and back. And that sort of became our niche. As the Cold War moves on, we are the logistics powerhouse for NATO and the Western world. And that continues to this day. We are the premier country in terms of our ability to move goods, people, you name it, and we will transport it anywhere in the world with little to no notice. In the military, I was in a unit whose mission it was to deliver special operations soldiers anywhere in the world, plus or minus 30 seconds of our projected arrival time. Now, let's take a second to think about this. We would tell our customers what time we were delivering them, and it would be anywhere in the world. And we would arrive within 30 seconds of our original delivery time. I continue to have Prime deliveries by Amazon delayed. And Prime is considered a phenomenal sort of subscription service in terms of its revolutionary quick access. And the US has been able to do this across domains, across industries. And it shows as recently as, so next slide, it has been shown as recently as this last year with the rollout of the COVID-19 vaccine. We saw early on the US was, I think the polite term is less useful on the global stage in terms of a COVID-19 response. As the vaccine was developed and began production, it quickly became obvious to a handful of people in government and outside that there was no stopping America's ability to sort of produce its way out of the COVID-19 pandemic. And it became increasingly clear to others as the fall turned into the winter. And the US has now entered a phase where we are producing the lion's share of COVID-19 vaccines, unable to vaccinate enough people because there's just not sufficient demand, and exporting that around the world. This is a very similar situation to what happened in World War II, where Admiral Yamamoto told the Japanese high command, look, after we bomb Pearl Harbor, we've got 9 months to do whatever we want, and then we're screwed. He said it nicer in Japanese. I'm sorry, I don't speak Japanese. But the point was, whoever, whatever bothers the US has 9 months for us to get our act together. And at that point, it's inevitable that we will overpower them with our logistics backbone. And turns out that's also true for viruses. We will end you if you attack us. It doesn't matter if you're Japanese bombing us at Pearl Harbor or a vaccine, or I suppose a virus, not a vaccine. Next slide. So we're able to do this because there is, and I've mentioned this earlier, and so I'll sort of breeze through this, a robust network of transport infrastructure, of sort of logistics hubs and the like. But also we have this blend of private innovation, of new ways of moving things and transporting things and making it more efficient, combined with long-term public investments through bonds, loan guarantees, and the like. And this is something that has stood the test of time as long as the US has been publicly financing infrastructure, which dates back to the Erie Canal in the early 1800s. There have been notable failures in infrastructure investments, and those happen when either we demand an all private solution or an all public solution, and it is then an inefficient mix of innovation and capital. And so it's truly when the US is able to leverage Wall Street and Capitol Hill and the dedication of Main Street to form this sort of triad and build our future. Next slide. This is relevant here because as we at the foundation talk, we're talking on Capitol Hill and off about creating an infrastructure development corporation for space. Because right now we have almost the equivalent of the early days of the railroad, where there's a handful of billionaires with different gauge tracks, laying their own tracks across the country, and mad that they're not able to integrate with the broader nation's logistics infrastructure. And we're trying to advocate for a partnership between the public and private sector. This corporation is one of the options we have put forward. We think it's a fairly good one. It's at this point, we're on version probably 34 or 35 of it as we work through the kinks and smooth things out in Congress. But at its core, what we want is a organization that can develop space infrastructure, that can create the secure and sustainable access to space and ensure that the US is able to retain its position in the global intermodal transportation network. Because if we're not, one of our competitors will. And a logistics or transportation network centered on authoritarian or closed societies is one that is not going to be beneficial to the free and fair system that we in the United States love and seek to protect. Next slide. All right, I will wrap it there. There are links here to drop questions in. If you have them, let me know. And I'll pause.
Thank you very much. That was excellent. I know we had a couple of questions in the chat already come through, and so I think there are a couple being sent your way. So I have some more of those. One of them is around how people can get involved into getting into jobs in space, specifically in the space industry, and how to position startups to connect with different space funding sources and revenue models. And we're talking about space money a little bit later today, so I think one of those questions at least will be answered pretty directly. But is there a way you could speak to that first question from Akshay about how does someone who has a background in something like construction get the attention of a recruiter, or get past the initial filters for a recruiter in one of these space connected industries?
Yeah, I wish I had a better answer right now than knowing people, because that's an unfortunate fact of the current sort of recruiting market. That said, the best way I have found and that I know of to get the attention of these recruiters is by taking a second to think about what it is you are doing, in this case, say construction. What is it that you were good at? I used to hang doors and windows as a teenager. I wasn't good at hanging doors and windows. Also, I was not good at that. But it was not the act of hanging doors and windows that was the skill. It was the ability to take something and put it together, just like Legos. And so breaking down those skills that you have or learned in different industries and relating that to a space company or a position you're interested in is what I would say the best way to do that. As time goes on here, there is not going to be as much of a need to do that, because we are realizing now, and will continue to realize, if you have the job here on the ground, we're going to need to have someone or some robot do it in space. And so it'll be much more of a direct translation of those jobs to that job in space.
Thank you, Tim. I think that's a great answer and a great way to get in and help people get connected as they're trying to get into this. Also, always fun to see the locations Ashley picks out for you. It's fun to see the Railroad Museum behind you. Thanks for your comments and for joining us.
Thanks, Brett.
Our next speaker is Dr. Olivier de Weck, who is a professor of aeronautics and astronautics and engineering systems at MIT, where he teaches technology road mapping, satellite engineering, and systems engineering, as well as multidisciplinary design optimization. Dr. de Weck is also a professor, adjunct professor at École Polytechnique Fédérale de la Seine. I probably pronounced that poorly. My apologies to French speakers on the call. He's authored over 400 publications and is a fellow of INCOS, associate fellow of AIAA, and senior member of IEEE. Dr. de Weck and his group worked with NASA's Office of Emerging Space to develop new commercial space technology roadmaps in 2018. And he's a former senior vice president of technology, planning, and road mapping at Airbus, where he was responsible for road mapping a $1 billion research and development portfolio for the world's largest aircraft manufacturer. His passion is to improve life on our home planet, Earth, through research and education, while paving the way for humanity's future off-world settlements. Dr. de Weck, welcome.
Hi, Brett. How are you?
Very good, thank you. Glad to have you here.
Oh, well, thank you very much. By the way, your French pronunciation is really quite okay.
That is the first and I think only time in my life I've ever heard someone say that to me. Thank you very much.
All right. I just want to make sure that you can see the screen. Is that okay, the screen share?
Looks
okay,
great.
Well, awesome. Terrific. Well, conversations for the future. I'm very happy to be here today to share with you some thoughts about space logistics. And I do spend a lot of time thinking about the future myself and my students at MIT. So this is very timely. All right, so what I want to do in the next half hour is give you a bit of summary of the space logistics from a, let's call it academic perspective, because it really has become a field of study and not just a field of practice. I do want to acknowledge, and I think my colleague Bob Shishko from the Jet Propulsion Laboratory is on the call as well as all our former students and postdocs working on this topic. We started working on space logistics seriously in 2004. Some of the work is earlier, And I'm going to cover the period from 1960 to 2060 in this talk. So before we go there, sometimes, if you want to talk about the future, it's actually good to talk about the past. And what I would put to you is that space logistics, the way we discuss it today, 100 years ago was essentially Antarctic logistics. Why? Because Antarctica was then the ultimate frontier. The idea of going to space was pretty far removed, 100, 150, 200 years ago. And so a good example of how important logistics was in Antarctic exploration is what you see on this chart, the ill-fated 1914 to 1916 Imperial Trans-Antarctic expedition that was led by Sir Ernest Shackleton. So 1914, to put it in context, start of World War I, and it was 3 years after Amundsen and his team had reached the South Pole in 1911. So the big prize was already gone, and what was left was crossing the Antarctic continent from one end to the other. It was an ingenious concept that they had, which is to have two parties, one party coming from the Weddell Sea and the other party from the Ross Sea side, to place caches every 60 nautical miles, every 1 degree, so that the second party coming through would have supplies on the back end. And it's a very tragic failure because of poor logistics planning. There were no communications and also poor physical preparation by all the teams. A fantastic book I recommend to you is Shackleton's Lost Men by Kelly Tyler. And that book talks about not Shackleton and the famous, his side of the equation, but the other one, the people that were in charge of logistics. Another interesting book about Antarctica is Peter Beck's book, 1986. And he basically talks about 1925 as being a key turning point in Antarctic exploration. Why? Because techniques of transport, communication, and survival, which had been largely unchanged for 100 years, changed because of technology. Mechanized transport, the airplane, radio, really allowed the humans to survive in Antarctica and travel with much less difficulty. So some years back, I took the pains to try and reconstruct how many Antarctic expeditions have actually happened in those days. And this is the curve that I came up with. So basically, you see it starts in the 1820s, initially mainly coastal exploration, for 20 years, very active. And then between 1840 and 1890, there was almost zero activity. And then it started again with the heroic age, what we call the heroic age of Antarctic exploration, Amundsen, 1911, 1925, and then you see a rapid rise enabled by logistics and technology. And it pretty much ends here in 1957 with the International Geophysical Year, the launch of Sputnik, where space essentially replaced Antarctica as the ultimate frontier. And, I wouldn't be surprised if we, 50 to 100 years from now, overlaid a lunar exploration curve against the Antarctic. We would see a similar pattern where, we haven't been back with humans since 1972, which is kind of this quiescent period. And I think we're about to go back in a major way. So space logistics is all about enabling this final frontier. I want to tell you a little bit about the parallels between space logistics and terrestrial logistics. Contributions of our research group at MIT to this field, again, in conjunction with our partners at JPL and other places. And then at the bottom here, you see a timeline. And you can see that there's a lot that's already been accomplished. Apollo, the space shuttle, Skylab, Mir. The Chinese are getting into it in a major way, Tiangong-1 and the following space stations. And the future is, I think, is bright but uncertain. So the Artemis program, the Europeans are talking about building a lunar village. What is the future of the International Space Station? So ISS N+1. And when will we get to establish a base on Mars, not just plant the flag? All of those things are critically enabled by space logistics. So what is space logistics actually? So there's a AIAA is the American Institute of Aeronautics and Astronautics. It's the largest and premier aerospace society in the world of aerospace professionals. So if you're not a member of AIAA, take a look at it. And there's several technical committees, one dedicated to space logistics. So I had the pleasure of chairing that committee between 2008 and 2010. And we basically revised the definition of space logistics. You see in my Zoom background, the Delta II, which, by the way, Delta II was an amazing launch vehicle that doesn't get enough credit for what it achieved. You know, everybody talking about Falcon 9 now, as they should, but launch logistics at the spaceport, that's basically what people thought space logistics was. So what we did is we enlarged or enhanced that definition to include things like, you know, campaign analysis in the Earth, Moon, Mars system, in-space refueling, resupply of the ISS, asset management in space. So this goes way beyond logistics at the spaceport. So space logistics is defined as the theory and practice of driving space system design for operability and managing the flow of material, services, and information needed throughout the space system lifecycle. So it's quite a broad definition, and we think it's good that way. And over the years, we've had interactions, of course, with NASA, companies like Aurora Flight Sciences, which is now part of Boeing, JPL, United Space Alliance, and also internationals like JAXA. So let me tell you about some of the parallels between terrestrial and space logistics. First of all, coming out of this pandemic, I think we all have a new appreciation for the importance of terrestrial logistics and supply chain. Some of you know Amazon has grown 40% during the pandemic, which is incredible. I mean, they had already grown at a fast clip, but the pandemic made Amazon grow by 40%. And so the only way that's possible is by doing supply chain network design and supply chain analysis. So one of our colleagues here at MIT, David Simke-Levy, who was also a partner on the early days of our space logistics research, developed this software program that allows you to optimize your supply chain. So on the left, you see manufacturing plants in brown, potential warehouses, those are the blue triangles, and then your customers are the green dots. This is for continental US. And then once you have your network design on the right side, you can evaluate that in terms of transportation costs, shipping times, service and inventory levels, and so forth. And it is really going back and forth between supply chain network design and analysis. And the question we posed some years ago is, can we create a similar planning environment for space logistics? And so the answer, we think, is yes. And I want to show you what resulted from that effort, because some of the key concepts are really so similar. Networks, we have nodes and arcs, the idea of push-pull, so supply and demand, and then finally the idea that we need efficiency and modularity throughout the supply chain and the ability to adapt. And so while the details differ, a lot of the fundamental concepts are still valid. There are big differences, though, between terrestrial and space logistics. One of them is, if you think about, the Postal Service or FedEx or UPS, you can ship almost any time you want. That's not true in space. We have time-varying launch opportunities, also known as launch windows. And if you look here, these are the famous pork chop plots that show you when you can actually launch from Earth to Mars. And it's 26 months between these launch windows. And even then, your actual, so this is the C3 departure energy to reach Earth escape velocity. These launch windows are pretty tight, maybe a 2 to 3 week window max. So the July 2020 window is actually the one that was used by the current Perseverance rover, and, oh, by the way, also by the United Arab Emirates mission, and by the Chinese rover that just landed as well. So we launched actually 3 missions to Mars just in that launch window that's shown here. And we're going to have to wait until late in 2022 for the next launch window, which is a smaller one, as you can see, to open. Not all launch windows are created equal. The second big challenge in space logistics is what we call nested complexity or object hierarchy. And so if you think back to the space shuttle, the way that you launch things on the shuttle is essentially that you package things very, very carefully in terms of an object hierarchy. So supply items are packed in bags, are packed in racks, are then integrated in a multi-purpose logistics module, like in the payload bay of the shuttle. And so think of Russian dolls. It's like Russian dolls. And why do we do this? Because this cargo is super precious. We do not want it to get damaged on launch, and we do everything to protect this precious cargo. The downside of this, of course, is that the net cargo mass fraction that's available to us is typically very, very small, less than 1%. And compare that with, a highway truck on Earth, or even a commercial aircraft, it's quite a small number, 1%. So the proper manifesting and choosing the right things to ship is even more important in space logistics. And then the third big challenge is just asset management in space, in microgravity. Look at that picture from the ISS. If you have trouble keeping track of your items on Earth in 2 dimensions, imagine doing that in 3D and in microgravity. So counterintuitively, things are lost all the time on ISS. About 20,000 items are being tracked in real time. And there's a whole team doing that. That's one of the areas where actually the US and Russia collaborate fairly effectively, is in the IMS, the inventory management system. So for space logistics, it means keeping track of parent-child relationships, very important. So in terms of research contributions, I do want to mention SpaceNet. The current version is 2.5. What is SpaceNet? It's a modeling and simulation environment that allows you to model space exploration from a logistics perspective. It's fundamentally a discrete event simulation environment, and you can model individual missions or entire campaigns, which are sets of missions. You can evaluate them by generating different scenarios and then analyze whether these scenarios are feasible. Can I actually execute this mission or this campaign, primarily from a propulsive and logistical perspective? And we can also visualize the flow of the elements, the agents, which can be human or robotic, the supply items through this interplanetary supply chain. And 2 areas we're still working on are optimization of scenarios as well as trade studies. We have a summer effort currently underway to move SpaceNet from being a software that you download and run on your machine to being cloud-based. So hopefully at the end of the summer, all of you who are interested would be able to give you accounts on the cloud-based version of SpaceNet, so you can try it out for yourself. From a theory perspective, the way this works is that we have nodes. They could be surface, orbital, or Lagrange points, the famous libration points. We have objects flowing through the supply chain, the supply items, the elements, meaning the vehicles and the crew. And we have a time-expanded network. That's computationally expensive, but it does need to be time-expanded because of those time-limited launch windows that I was mentioning. We can also have surface nodes or surface edges, trajectories, or flights, which are a higher level of abstraction where you don't need to model every burn. And then the beauty of this approach is that with these 5 basic events, create, transfer, remove, reconfigure, and demand, we can create high-level processes like transportation or exploration. And so the way this works is that you have an event stack on the left. The simulator reads the events, executes the events, alters essentially the state of your system, moving around vehicles, transferring cargo from one vehicle to another, producing in situ resources on a planetary surface, and essentially changing the state at every event. reading the state back, and it's also possible for the simulator to add new events into the stack. And so you know that you're done when either you arrive at an error that's insurmountable, and then the simulator will stop, or you finish all the events, in which case you typically have a feasible scenario. We've also done a lot of work, and Bob Shishko at JPL deserves a lot of credit for this, is to organize the cargo into clear classes of supply that have their own demand equations. And this is very much something that the military does quite well. And so there's several publications on this available if you would like. This is what the user interface looks like for SpaceNet. So you basically go from left to right, you create the network that you're interested in, your figures of merit, and then you demands and manifest, and then you can simulate a mission. I don't want to get too much into the math, but what's critical, of course, just like in terrestrial logistics, is that you define figures of merit for your capability. How do you know that one mission or one campaign or one logistics architecture is better than another? Well, you need metrics for that. And so we've defined several of these quite rigorously, including what we call exploration capability. This is essentially the mass that you deliver times the number of crew days or agent days. And then you can normalize that by, for example, Apollo 17 using a Divisia index to show you relative to what we did in Apollo 17, how capable is your, here's Apollo 17, last time humans set foot on the moon. So if you then plot exploration capability versus total launch mass from Earth, where do these different missions and campaigns fall? So single sortie missions, strings of missions, and eventually the building up of an outpost. And you can see building an outpost is much, much higher. And why is that? Because we keep reusing equipment that we've already sent. If you think about it in Apollo, which is shown here just schematically, we went to all these places on the moon. Notice that Apollo 13 here is missing because they didn't make it to the surface. But we went to explore different nodes, but we didn't reuse any element that was left in space. ISS looks very different. We have one node in space and resupply from Earth. And this is what the future, this conference is about conversations for the future. This is what the future looks like in space logistics. It is complex. It is network-based. It's perhaps using in situ resources and not shipping everything from Earth. And so it's a very exciting future that we have ahead of us. And so I'm just going to show a couple more things, and then I know we want to have a discussion. So one of the things that's powerful about SpaceNet is that you don't have to reinvent the wheel every time you want to look at a different scenario. So here's an example of 4 types of scenarios we've analyzed. The ISS resupply, which is quite an enterprise now. People sort of take it for granted, but it's very, very challenging. The building up of a lunar outpost at the South Pole near Shackleton Crater. That's very close to what Artemis wants to do, but with the gateway. We've looked at a Mars campaign for humans with 3 robotic precursor missions. And then the lower right one is definitely not an official reference mission, but it's my personal favorite. This is the lunar global exploration as a nomadic scenario. So the way this works is you start at one of the poles, either the North Pole or the South Pole, and then you go and explore the lunar surface, and you bring everything with you, including your ascent vehicle. You just trailer it behind you, and then you go to a certain point, and you go back to orbit and back to Earth with the ascent vehicle. And then the next mission lands where the last mission left off. And then the next crew does the next leg, and you keep doing that until you reach the other pole. And at the end of that, you will have explored the whole front side of the moon, since the moon is phase locked with humans. It's pretty risky, but I think very exciting. And so all in all, you can see that space logistics is not trivial. Look at the number of nodes, edges, and missions. Clearly, the Mars exploration here stands out as being the most complex. 21 missions, 337 events, 234 different vehicles and modules involved over a period of 6,900, these are Earth days. So that's about 20 years. And so eventually, this is what we're looking at in space logistics, is a network in space. And the questions that are interesting now are, do we bring everything from Earth, or do we get resources elsewhere, like on the moon, for example? And we've done some of these analyses and found that the moon, in fact, is a very interesting place because of its low gravity. So if you model it as a generalized multi-commodity network flow, you find that perhaps if you can really generate oxygen on the surface of the moon, this is the baseline here for ISOU that we assumed, it might be better to go to Mars not directly, but via the moon, because you can refuel there with lunar oxygen. So quite interesting. The mass benefits could be very substantial of doing that. And the last thing I want to say is, if you think that harvesting resources on moons or other planets is science fiction, you have to think again, because we've demonstrated that just in the last couple of months. This is MOXIE on the current rover Perseverance. MOXIE is an experiment that produces oxygen from Martian CO2. It's led by MIT. And we have already produced oxygen on Mars by splitting the CO2 using a process called solid oxide electrolysis. About 6 grams per hour in the first run, about 8 grams per hour in the second run, and we think we can go up to 10 grams per hour in the future, in future runs of this experiment. So first ever O2 production on Mars has already happened. So with that, just want to remind you that space logistics is not really a new topic, but it's an exciting topic, accelerating both in practice and in science. So with that, I'm going to stop here, and we have a few minutes for Q&A.
Thank you so much, Dr. Dweck. That was amazing. One question we have, I want to pull up from the chat, asking about SpaceNet. Does SpaceNet model events that contribute to reduced transportation availability, such as launch and landing weather, vehicle downtime, etc.?
So, so the basic version of SpaceNet, a great question, by the way, is deterministic, but you can add probabilistic events if you want, especially in this new version that we're working on, so that you could run Monte Carlo simulations and see, or an on-orbit failure or a delay due to weather, like was mentioned here, what will be the impact? Will you miss your launch window, which could have a major ripple effect? So right now, we've mainly been running deterministic scenarios, but you're absolutely right. Probabilistic events are critical. Good point.
Excellent. Another question coming through in the chat is about crew. I didn't see crew on the list of classes of supply. Are the assumptions different for people? I think this gets back into your just previous answer about probabilistic versus deterministic, but. Yeah,
so the crew is there. The crew is a kind of a special cargo, obviously. We really, we are modeling the crew absolutely, but it is not a crew. Think of it as class of supply 0, essentially. But all of the equipment that's needed for keeping the crew alive, crew provisions, crew operations, class 2, class 3, waste and disposal, which is often forgotten, that's class 7. So the needs of the crew are definitely accounted for. And the crew itself, in terms of where the crew members are, which vehicle they're in, what they're consuming, what they're producing in terms of waste, all of that is captured.
Excellent. If I can ask a question, just what I've been wondering about as you presented, one of the things that's come out of the pandemic in terms of terrestrial logistics is shock tolerance, right? How we've optimized in a lot and sometimes become a little vulnerable as a result of that optimization. Are there anything we can do to, is there anything or anything you can speak to in terms of like a systems engineering perspective on creating some shock tolerance in our space logistics?
Yeah, that's a great point. My colleague here at MIT, Yossi Shefli, has actually written a couple books on resilience in supply chain. So I would refer you to his work on resilience in supply chain. And the issue has been, when you optimize and become lean, what it means is you're reducing your inventory levels to as little as you can throughout your system, and it becomes all on demand. That is not a resilient supply chain. So bringing resilience means keeping a little bit more inventory than you think you need because of these contingencies, like a harbor is blocked, or, we've had really trouble offloading our cargo ships. So keep your inventory levels a little bit fatter than you think you might need them. Plus, in the network, create redundant paths. In a nutshell.
Certainly. Well, what does that look like for a Mars exploration mission? I mean, what would be the redundant path for if there's a problem on the moon?
Well, I think it means, if we go here for a second, we were looking at the supply chain here. I think very much the same principles apply. It means you create redundancy in the system. So perhaps you can do the mission in two ways, one with refueling via Earth-Moon L1, for example, or lunar orbit, but you still retain the option to go direct. When you think about where supplies come from, you have four options. Number one, you pre-position it. Number two, you carry it with you. Number three, you send it based on demands, back orders, essentially. That's what we do with ISS resupply. And then number four, you produce the resource you need on site at the node where you're at. So if you mix those four types of getting supplies in the right way, we think you can get a resilient space supply chain.
Excellent. Well, Dr. Dweck, thank you very much for joining us. That was a fascinating presentation and discussion. Food for thought, a lot to chew on with that. I'm going to be coming back there quite a long ways.
Thank you very much, and good to see you all.
Thanks. I'm going to announce our next speaker, and then Lee Stenke will return as our host. For Foundation for the Future, thank you so much for letting me come on as a guest host today. It's been a privilege and an honor, and I've had a great time. Look forward to the rest of the talks today. Our next speaker is Dr. Namrata Goswami, who is an independent scholar on space policy, great power politics, and ethnic conflicts. After relocating to the US from India, she established her own strategy and policy consultancy. Dr. Goswami won the Minerva Grant awarded by the Office of the US Secretary of Defense to study great power competition in the gray zone of outer space. Dr. Goswami testified before the US-China Economic and Security Review Commission on China's space program, and is a resource partner for the George C. Marshall European Center for Security Studies, NATO Partnership for Peace Consortium, the Emerging Security Challenges Working Group specifically. She's also co-author of the book Scramble for the Skies, the Great Power Competition to Control the Resources of Outer Space. Dr. Goswami is widely published, including in The Diplomat, The Economist, The Economic Times, The Washington Post, Ad Astra, Asia Policy, Live Encounters Magazine, and Cairo Review. Currently, she's working on a book on space power theory and China. Dr. Goswami, welcome. Glad to have you here.
Thank you so much. It's a pleasure to be here.
And Dr. Swami, I believe do you have the ability to share screen, or here, maybe I need to make you co-host?
Yes, I have the ability to share.
Excellent.
So can you see my screen? It should be up there.
Looks good.
Okay, great. So today in the about 20 minutes that I have, I'm going to speak on space logistics, and I've been advised by the organizers to speak more from a Asia Pacific perspective. And so before I go into the specific Asia Pacific perspective, I think it's interesting to note that if you look at what is happening in space today, it is mostly driven by, of course, what is happening in the US as well, and China to a very large extent at the systemic level, which is the level of international relations. So in the last few years, what we have seen is that there is an emphasis coming out of the US on space logistics, the topic of discussion today. And this has been pushed and supported by policy documents to include the Commercial Space Launch Competitive Act that was signed into law by President Obama in 2015. Under former President Trump, you saw an emphasis to return to the moon. And what is strikingly different from the Cold War is that it's about a permanent, sustainable presence. And there are several policy documents that support this particular stand. I know that Laura is speaking after me, and she's going to speak in detail about the US program. So one of the countries that is investing heavily in terms of space logistics, infrastructure, and policy is, of course, China. And one of the rockets that they are investing in is called the Long March 5, which is already functional today. It's an expendable rocket, but what is different from earlier rockets is that it's able to lift about 25 tons to low Earth orbit and about 14 tons to geostationary orbit. Now, this is over 2 times the capacity of previous Chinese rockets. Now, what is interesting is that most of the, missions that we have seen, to include the lunar sample return mission that we saw successfully demonstrated last year in December, and the Mars mission that had a first landing for China, which basically demonstrated all 3 missions at the same time, to include orbiting, landing, and sending out a rover, was launched on the Long March 5. Now, what is important and critical in terms of space logistics coming out of Asia is that China is investing in reusability as well. And one of the aim is to make the Long March 8 reusable, which has been demonstrated already, and to repeat some of the capacity that the Falcon 9 has, to include the ability to vertically land on a sea-based platform. Some of China's private companies are also investing in reusability. And you can see that the China Academy of Space Launch Technology, as well as the China Academy of Aerospace Development, both are also investing in reusable rockets. And the aim is to demonstrate this capacity by 2028. Now, one of China's workhorses by 2030 is, of course, the Long March 9, which has a capability to lift about 140 metric tons to low Earth orbit. Now, this is an expendable rocket, it's not reusable, but they aim and hope to manufacture several of them, about 30 a year, to help them launch the space logistics system. For example, an ability to go to cislunar space, which is a space between Earth and Moon. Now, I point out this because it's critical to understand that if you look at China's long-term goals in terms of logistics, they are thinking in terms of an end-to-end transportation system. And in that, their permanent space station plays a critical role as well that they launch this year. Now, we already know that China has 2 launch sites, and the Jiuquan Satellite Launch Center is the oldest rocket launch center. But the launch center in Hainan Island, which is closer to the equator, is what is going to become the critical launch center for missions to Moon, Mars, geosynchronous orbit. And we can see that they've also developed one of the most critical logistics capability, which is cargo transfer to their Tiangong space station, which again, they have successfully demonstrated in the last few years. Now, this is something new, which I did not present in my last presentation here, and that is that China is now developing a human landing system. So they demonstrated this capacity and already tested it last year in May, where they sent up the module and it came back to Earth intact. So some of the capacities that they are investing in terms of space logistics is not just sending human crew, but they also tested 3D printing, which is important in terms of in-space manufacturing. They tested the effect of radiation, especially the effect of radiation when you're going to the moon. And what is different in this particular landing system, which is aimed for the moon. So the earlier systems were only for low Earth orbit, supported by the Sanjiao rocket. But this is different. So this particular module is going to take about 6 to 9 taikonauts, which is Chinese astronauts, to the moon in the next 15 years. That's the plan. So you can see that they are starting to demonstrate that capability and have also set deadlines. Now, this year on April 24th, all of us got to see the video that the China Academy of Launch Vehicle Technology in their booth showed, which is a rocket, which looked very similar to the Starship. Now, however, this particular rocket, in terms of the interviews and the slideshow that is available on Weibo, demonstrates is different in a sense, because it's not an interplanetary rocket that they're planning in the next 20 years. The deadline is 2040. But this is a suborbital rocket that plans to go from one point of Earth to another. An example could be a launch, say, from Shanghai to New York. I know that SpaceX is also hoping to develop such a system. And the basic idea is to be able to go in terms of cargo from one area to the other in the next 15 years within an hour, which is going to really improve China's economic prospects. But in the next 15 years, to actually take human beings from one end of, say, a Chinese city to, say, a city in the US or in Latin America within 36 minutes. So you can see that they are investing in this capacity. The rocket is very, it's shining like the Starship, but has a much more limited goal. And it's not really focused on interplanetary missions like the Starship is focused on today. Now, China's space station, which is part of their logistics and infrastructure, and I say this because if you look at the articulations coming out of China's scientists, especially the head of the mission, they have not seen this as an end goal in itself. So China's space station is, of course, much smaller than the International Space Station. It can host about 3 astronauts for 6 months, and during transfer, about 6 astronauts. Now, this is interesting. So one of the mission goal identified by Li Ming, who's the Director General of the China Academy of Space Technology, is that the space station is a means to develop logistics capability to then go to the moon. It is at an equatorial plane, about 41 to 43 degrees versus 51.6 degrees to the ISS, which makes it advantageous for it to send missions to the moon. And so what you can see is that they are thinking in terms of long-term space transportation. And one of the experiments that the space station hopes to test is, of course, power beaming, and a facility and an ability that will then help them to use similar capabilities, say, on the moon. Now, one of the other logistics that I saw, which again is something that hasn't been discussed much in the US media, is that the National Satellite Mega Constellation of China is going to be about 12,992 satellites in low Earth orbit, as per filings with the International Telecommunication Union. It just was announced last month. They have given it a name. And so the idea is that by 2022, they're going to launch about 60 Huang satellites. And what is, again, important is that this particular satellite constellation, not very different from Starlink, is going to become China's critical infrastructure in support of in-space logistics, communication, and transportation, as well as satellite internet on Earth. And unlike the United States, the China National Development and Reform Commission has called satellite internet critical new infrastructure. Now, I just wanted to demonstrate a bit in terms of the capacity of the different launch systems that we are comparing. And the Long March 9, as you see, is high up in the radar there. It's about 140 metric tons to low Earth orbit. And the idea is to launch to low Earth orbit and then to utilize in-space facility or logistics to then go to the moon. And so this particular perspective has been supported in terms of long-term planning, resources, and end goals for China. Now, coming to India, we know that India also has good launch capacity. It's developing a second spaceport here, which is very close to the equator again. And India also has expendable rockets and one of the cheapest launch system. And it's actually also focusing on developing reusability. Now, the focus on reusability is critical for both China and India, of course, taking example from SpaceX and Blue Origin. But what is interesting is that if you look at the goals that especially China has articulated, it's about space presence, which is permanent. It's about mining. It's about lunar resources. And I'll speak to that a bit in the slides that follow. Japan is a very mature spacefaring country with a very advanced space system. And you can see it from this slide that they have rockets. They have the Tagashima Space Center, which is the largest rocket launch complex for Japan. And one of the interesting conversation coming out of the Japan-India collaboration is that both of them are going to collaborate in terms of resource prospecting on the moon, which means that both of them are going to invest in space logistics, space transportation, and the capacity to have permanent presence there. Japan, of course, is also a part of the Artemis Accord signed with the US. And so you can see that Japan is a very mature country in terms of looking at space logistics, solar power beaming. JAXA, the Japanese Aerospace Agency, was the first agency to demonstrate power beaming about 6 miles in length and hope to escalate that to a higher level. And then in terms of looking at the goals set by one of Japan's private company, which is iSpace, you can see that from the statement, their argument is that we've turned our attention to the moon. By taking advantage of lunar water resources, we can develop the space infrastructure needed to enrich our daily lives on Earth, as well as expand our living sphere into space. And iSpace recently signed a MOU with JAXA to collaborate and advance this together. Now, one of the reasons why all of them are focused, for example, on the moon, as all of us know, especially this audience, is that there is the discovery of water ice on the lunar surface. And the idea is that the water ice is going to be absolutely essential if you want to develop capacity to go to the moon, as well as to establish a lunar presence there. Now, Olivia, before me, the speaker mentioned as to why the moon is advantageous in terms of establishing the space logistics infrastructure. And the argument coming out of China is that if you invest in a lunar capacity, for example, a research base, which they are establishing in collaboration with Russia, and you are able to establish a launch facility on the moon, the energy required to launch from the moon for deep space probes, including their mission to Mars, is going to be 22 times lesser in terms of energy use. And because the gravity well of the moon is much lower. And of course, the Lagrange points become very critical in terms of that logistics infrastructure. Now, some of the lead players in terms of looking at just lunar logistics and transportation is, of course, the US with the Artemis Accord and the collaboration that it's now establishing with about 9 countries, including Brazil. India is not part of the Artemis Accord, nor is China. China's lunar exploration program is, of course, one of the lead players in terms of space infrastructure, logistics, and developing lunar capacity. And China has recently collaborated with Russia. So in terms of the lunar geopolitics, this is something that I think we'll have to keep in mind as we go forward and look at how space logistics, infrastructure, and transportation is going to be developed. So as you can see from this slide, there are 2 conflicting alignments and visions here. Of course, we have the Artemis Accord, but recently, just this year, China and Russia signed a memorandum of understanding to develop a lunar logistics capability, especially presence on the moon by 2036. And so if you look at some of the missions that are in what we have to look forward to between the years, say 2007 to about 2036 from China. So you can see from this slide that these are what they are hoping to develop in terms of their space logistics and infrastructure. And what is interesting is that the investment for that has already started 10 years ago. So these are not new developments. Now in the year 2021, you can see, I'm focusing on the moon here a bit because we are going to move away from geosynchronous orbit to becoming a cislunar spacefaring civilization. You can see that it's crowded. There are several missions that are planned. For example, Rocket Lab, of course, will launch NASA's cislunar autonomous positioning system. You have Artemis 1, which is planned for a crewless test flight. But you also have Luna 25 lander, which is Russia's lunar program that's going to launch in October this year for the first time in 45 years to send a flyover around the moon. And they're going to do this in collaboration with, of course, China. 2022, several missions again, and one of the mission that is going to invest in terms of resource prospecting, which is part of something to do in space, as Lee was mentioning the other day, to move something in space and to develop logistics. You have the Korea Pathfinder Lunar Orbiter by the Korea Aerospace Research Institute. So South Korea is also getting into the game of in-space infrastructure and logistics. Now, 2023, again, several missions are basically what we are going to look forward to in terms of developing that capacity. But again, the Chang'e 6 from the China National Space Administration is planning to bring back samples from the lunar South Pole in service of their long-term goal in terms of identifying where the base should be, what is the most advantageous area. And recently on April 24th, the China National Space Administration presented what they're going to do in terms of lunar geopolitics itself. So I just wanted to offer you a slide-based representation because you can see that the investment in space manufacturing, where the base should be, how human beings are going to be sustained using lunar resources. These are very advanced concepts that are in conversation across the world. So it's not just the US. You can see that Roscosmos Luna 26 is a lunar polar orbiter, part of the Lunar Globe program by Roscosmos, with science objectives to function as a telecom relay between Earth and Russian landed assets. And now, of course, they have joined in with the China Lunar Exploration Program, basically with the desire to establish an alternate alignment of alliances and partnerships. And so I'll move over to the next slide. And so I wanted to focus a bit on Russia's space capacity building as well. And so just this year, President Putin gave a speech on the 60th anniversary of Yuri Gagarin's flight to the first man to go to space. And he pointed out that one of the investment for Russia today is that it's going to be the moon. And so you can see how they have adopted with the Chinese perspective, and which is that if you want to become serious in terms of developing your in-space manufacturing capacity, your ability to support human beings on a surface outside of Earth, the first place to look to is the moon. And what is interesting is that they have come to the realization that you have to collaborate in terms of developing that capacity, and they have all these missions planned for the next few years. So I'll end by saying that if you look at what is happening, there are three things that are coming out from this particular insights in the last few years. And it's astounding, which is that both China and Russia and India, to an extent, are looking at an Earth-Moon future in the next 15 years. So what they hope to establish, especially coming out of the Russian and Chinese conversation, is to be able to sustain human beings on the moon by 2036. They have, the timeline is 2036, 2040. And once you establish that capacity and are able to manufacture resources on the moon, for example, using water ice for nuclear, for fuel, helium-3 for nuclear fusion is another focus of theirs. And both Russia and China are now talking about establishing a nuclear propelled space logistics infrastructure. You know that Russia just announced recently an investment on a nuclear tug, and China, of course, has been investing in developing nuclear propulsion based spacecrafts by 2040. And what is the end goal of almost all their mission is not what happened in the Cold War. So it's not about sending human beings for a few days on the moon and bringing them back. Both of them are articulating ambitions for establishing permanent presence, using space-based resources, including space-based solar power, to support such facilities beyond geo, and to use those capacity to then become what is critical for from their perspective to go to Mars, and then utilize the amazing asteroid belt that exists there. So they have a very long-term focus in terms of going step by step and not doing everything at the same time because of their realization that space has a lot to offer in terms of economy, as well as an ability to use those resources to become a truly spacefaring civilization. So I think I'm going to end there and look forward to your questions.
Thank you, Nami. It's always wonderful to hear your comments. Um, I noticed early in your talk you mentioned that China has named space as a critical infrastructure, which the US has not yet done, in spite of a lot of conversations around that. Can you talk a little bit about that designation and what it means for China as well as what it would mean for the US?
Surely. So in April 2020, under President Xi Jinping's direction in terms of what should be the area of focus in the next 20 years for China, China's national, as I mentioned, National Development Reform Commission highlighted space as a critical infrastructure, including 5G and satellite internet. Now, what that means in terms of policy consequences are three things. One, that space is going to receive investment as a highest priority, especially some of the goals that they've identified, including investment in space-based solar power, in-space manufacturing, and lunar resource capacity. Second, it's going to become a critical component of what President Xi hopes to inspire across the world, and that is in 2049, China will be celebrating the 100th year anniversary of its establishment, and it wants to do it in a spectacular way. So if you can demonstrate presence on the moon and you actually have Chinese taikonauts there, that is going to be impressive for the world in terms of permanent presence. And finally, what that means is that what President Xi is trying to instigate by utilizing space is to create STEM, a desire for STEM, and to become the world leader in technologies like artificial intelligence, 3D printing, quantum. China, of course, leads in quantum today in the world with the first quantum satellite. And so those are the implications for China designating space as a critical infrastructure, high level of focus at the top level.
And how far along is China on the people side? How many people have they launched into space so far?
I don't have that number on the top of my head, but as part of their Sanzao mission, if I remember right, they send about 3 taikonauts in 2016, and again, another 3. So, but I cannot tell you the number out of the top.
Yeah, okay. So a long way to go, but they've shown consistent commitment to their plans starting a decade or two ago.
Yes, and I think the difference between the Chinese space program and the US space program is that they are not focused on sending humans to the moon at this point of time. So it's a very different program. So what their focus is, I mean, of course, they have sent humans to low Earth orbit, but not beyond that.
Yeah.
So the focus is that you first develop the robotic autonomous capacity. You invest in your ability to actually have advanced level of AI supported manufacturing in space, because without that, it will be very difficult for any country to sustain human beings for a longer term. So as I said, the focus of the 21st century Chinese space program is different from the 20th century US space program, which was about, and the Soviet Union space program, which was basically sending humans for a very short time to demonstrate that capacity for prestige purposes and reputation purposes and bring them back. If you listen to China's lead space scientists and policymakers, they argue that it is more critical to realize that the cislunar Earth-Moon space is going to become important in terms of economic perspective. So they have a much more longer term focus on using space for economic return of investment. You can see that in their assessment from their satellite internet, including Bao Wei-ming, who's one of their chief scientists of their space and missile program. He indicated in a speech last year that if you invest this amount of money by say 2050, the return of investment from that would be about $10 trillion, exponentially higher than what you invest in the beginning, and including their Beidou satellite. So it's a very different perspective of space.
Yeah, but those numbers are borne out by the experience of the value of satellites that we've already got in the air, right?
Yes, because if you listen to their assessment, for example, their Beidou navigation system, right? So when they established it, the cost was about $9 billion, but the China Navigation Satellite Center gave an assessment of how much they're earning annually, which is about $59 billion. So 9 billion investment, 59 return. And you can see that just satellite-based industry is exponentially rising, about 500 billion today, estimated to be about 1.2 trillion by 2030. And we are not even talking about space-based resources there.
Right. Yeah, I'm sure Raphael will tell us that 59 billion is a good investment. The 9 billion is a good investment to get the 59. Can I ask you to shift gears just a little bit and talk about the book that you recently published with Pete Garrettson, Scramble for the Skies? I saw a great article by Greg Autry highlighting really that you and Pete had incorporated in your work key concepts that other similar works had missed. And so great praise from him there. Can you talk about whether the people who need to read the book are reading it? How has it been received among US policymakers? And then do you get noticed in Asia as well? And do you hear feedback from the other side of the globe?
So it's starting. It got published last year in October. So usually a book takes about 6 months to become a critical read. I would say that it's catching up in the US and China. There are a lot of feedback in terms of looking at the book from Chinese websites where they recommend the book as well. And of course, it's not translated into Mandarin, but they give a review of that. I would say that what that book did, which is different, is that for the first time, the book actually offers you a clear methodology in terms of how a conversation, say, for example, on space resources that we are doing now, which is an epistemic level conversation for space advocates and those who believe in this particular concept and are investing in it, how that conversation moves in a particular country from just in the epistemic level to then becoming influencing in terms of policy articulation. And from that step, actually being reflected in policy documents and then the implementation of it. Yeah. So, right. And the effect of that. And so what the book does is that it offers you a case-by-case perspective of the US, China, India, UAE, and Luxembourg, which are new emerging middle powers in space. And finally, actually what Peter and I do, which I think your audience would find interesting, is that we offer different futures in terms of how the timelines proceed. So for example, if you invest in, say, a lunar capacity today, what is the ultimate effect of that? If you do not invest in it, what is the future that you're going to face, right? So it gives you those interesting future scenarios as well.
Great. Well, Naomi, we really appreciate your time, and I'm excited to see you back for our panel early this afternoon. Really appreciate you being here.
Thank you, Lee, and thank you for having me. It's an honor.
All right, next up, we have the first of a handful of new features this month that will happen on a recurring basis. I have put a link in the chat if you want to have the soundtrack, but make sure you're on mute as we do not have the rights to that soundtrack. The first segment to debut today is called What's Going On? Laura Forczyk will be joining us each month to headline the What's Going On series about current events in space. Ms. Forczyk is the owner of space consulting firm Astralytical, specializing in space science, industry, and policy, and offering space career coaching services. She's a NASA subject matter expert for planetary science missions and is also the primary author of Astralytical Explore Flybys and Orbits Analytics. Ms. Forczyk is also the author of the book Rise of the Space Age Millennials and is a frequent source for news publications, regional newspapers, and public radio. Laura, it's always an honor and an education to get to talk with you. So tell us, Laura, what's going on?
Thanks so much for inviting me. It's a pleasure to be back. What's going on is a lot. There's a lot of space news. I'm not going to be able to get through it all in just the next half an hour. I apologize if I leave out your favorite story, your company, your project. I'll try to get through as much as possible, starting with rockets, because that seems to be everyone's favorite, and ending maybe on satellite servicing if there's time. And I'm so glad you already got a briefing on China, because I admit this is going to be US centric. That's my bias here. There's so much going on globally, but there's enough going on in the US here that we're going to have to pick and choose what we focus on in the next half an hour. And in honor of our next speaker after me, I want to start out by congratulating the FAA on the 400th licensed commercial space license. So the FAA licenses launches and landings in the United States, and their 400th was the Virgin Galactic launch out of New Mexico. And so imagine that number getting quite large as private spaceflight continues to grow. So congratulations, FAA. All right, so everyone's favorite topic is SpaceX, and that is going to be where we're going to start off here. And you might have noticed that there seems to be a Starlink launch every week, and that's because it's almost true. There were, in fact, 4 Starlink satellite launches off SpaceX Falcon 9 in the month of May. So that is the workhorse. The Falcon 9 is the workhorse of the U.S. launcher system, which if you go back a decade, I don't know if we would have predicted that, but we have to congratulate SpaceX for how far they've come. And not only are they launching their own satellites, they've launched nearly 2,000 Starlink satellites to orbit. In fact, I couldn't get a firm number. So maybe someone else who tracks these things more closely can tell me the exact number of Starlink satellites there are in their constellation at this point. But it's around 2,000, a little less than 2,000. In contrast, OneWeb, which is another company that's trying to do satellite constellation internet, they just launched as well on May 28th. Their another 36 satellites for a total of 218. And so compare that, it's almost an order of magnitude difference there. There are a couple of other companies that are trying to do satellite internet constellations as well. Project Kuiper out of Amazon is one. There's one out of China. There's just a number of these projects going on, but Starlink is not only the largest so far, it is far ahead of its competitors. It's not just launching its own satellites. Falcon 9 is also launching missions for NASA still. The CRS mission, that's a cargo resupply mission to the International Space Station, just launched. And in fact, it just docked to the International Space Station, bringing both supplies and science experiments, which in a previous job, that was my responsibility, was to help bring those science experiments and facilitate science to the International Space Station. So that's always very exciting when they get new science and also fresh fruit, right? They've also been launching humans. SpaceX has launched Demo 2, Crew 1, and Crew 2 so far. Crew 2 launched in April, and it's planned to land in October, splash down in the ocean. And Crew 3 is currently scheduled to launch on October 23rd from the Falcon 9 Crew Dragon. And it's also still launching commercial missions. The Sirius XM mission that just launched a few days ago, a week ago, I've lost track now. And it's got plans to launch more humans. And I don't know if we're going to get a chance to talk about all the fantastic space tourism that's going on, but I wanted to quickly mention Axiom Space, which had already contracted Falcon 9 Crew Dragon to fly its first mission, Axiom 1. Which will have 4 people on it. One Axiom employee, Michael Lopez Alegria, who's a former NASA astronaut, and then 3 paying customers. And they announced 2 people so far out of the 4 for their Axiom 2 mission. And they also have plans for Axiom 3 and Axiom 4. And those final 3 missions there, I shouldn't say final, but those next 3 missions there, Axioms 2 through 4, they've just announced they're going to fly on a Crew Dragon as well. So SpaceX is most definitely the workhorse of the US launching system. And we can't not talk about Starship with their fantastic serial number 15, SM-15, landing on a May 5th after a altitude of 10 kilometers. So not to space, not quite to space. Space is approximately 80 to 100 kilometers, depending on who you're talking to. But 10 kilometers and then coming back to a solid landing is still quite an impressive feat, especially when you consider the size of Starship. And these are still the prototypes. I think probably out there in the audience, people are tracking this more closely closely than me, but I think they are retiring SN-15 and getting ready to launch SN-16, but someone can correct me if I'm wrong. It'll be really exciting to see how they develop these Starship missions, at least the prototypes. And we could go on for a full hour about the human landing system. I'm glad that the previous speaker spoke a little bit about the missions to the moon. Currently, Starship has planned to launch NASA astronauts to the moon for Artemis 3. It won that contract. It's currently under kind of a look by the GAO, that's the Government Accountability Office, because both of the other competitors, there were 3 competitors for this contract, Blue Origin team and Dynetics team. And the 2 other competitors who were not awarded, which was a surprise to the majority of the industry, I have to admit, including myself, but they were not awarded a contract. They are fighting that. They are protesting that. They're probably not going to win their protest, so it's probably going to be a SpaceX Starship modified to land humans on the surface of the moon for Artemis 3. Probably not in 2024, though they're still working towards 2024. Again, I could talk about that for so long because it's such a complex topic, but we're just going to have to see what happens with NASA's Lunar Exploration Transportation System, LETS, they're calling it. I don't know if they're going to change that acronym. It's a weird acronym, but LETS is their next system of competed missions there for Artemis 4 and beyond, I assume, but they haven't really announced details yet. They've just put out an RFI. And the biggest competitor there to launch people to the International Space Station that is on the US side, not the Russian side, the Russians are still launching people, is Boeing's Starliner, which unfortunately had some significant setbacks a couple of years ago when they did their orbital flight test, which was an uncrewed test for their Starliner, which is also called shoot, I've forgotten the old name of Starliner. But anyway, so they are having a second orbital flight test mission, OFT-2, which is currently scheduled for July. And if all goes well with that mission, they're hoping to have a crewed mission on their Starliner for the end of the year. I want to say December, but I don't know if that's a firm date yet. But you know, the likelihood of that happening, things tend to slip that are scheduled for the end of the year. So it'll probably go towards 2022. But once that happens, that means Boeing will be able to launch NASA astronauts as well as, and I don't believe that Boeing is going to get the immediate response that SpaceX has gotten with these space tourism or private spaceflight missions, simply because Boeing has a lot of catching up to do. And it seems like Axiom and others are booking with SpaceX, but it'll be nice to have that redundancy there, to be able to launch humans to the International Space Station with 2 American companies, which was originally the plan. Sorry, I'm getting notifications about people wanting to enter rooms. I should ignore them, sorry. So speaking of the International Space Station, so what are the plans for ISS? It's been up there for over 20 years, continuously habited with people, and how long is it going to last? Well, the question is no one really knows. And it's been in discussions now for several years. Under the Trump administration, they wanted to stop funding the ISS on the NASA side by 2024. And Congress kept pushing back and talking about 2028 or 2030 or beyond. And so right now we're looking at the new NASA administrator, Bill Nelson. He says that he supports it until 2030. The Senate also has put out an authorization act that passed last year that also approves funding ISS until 2030. Unfortunately, the House has a different authorization act. So they haven't come together, the House and the Senate haven't come together to approve what the actual date will be and then get that into law. But it's looking like the consensus is building towards extending the International Space Station on the US side until 2030. And the idea is that NASA knows that it has its finite life here with the International Space Station. It knows it needs to transition to private space stations because NASA is not planning on building another NASA-owned space habitation facility in low Earth orbit. They're focusing on the Lunar Gateway. That's their focus for the next space station. Instead, they want to contract out to commercial companies, and they have issued a contract to Axiom, I mentioned them previously, to do a module, 1 to 3 modules, starting with 1 here, to connect to the International Space station that could then break away from the ISS at the end of the life of ISS. And there are other companies that are trying to do commercial space stations as well. NanoRex and Sierra Space, which is the new subsidiary of Sierra Nevada Corporation, and a few other companies as well that have plans to do private space stations. And we're just going to have to see how much NASA, through the funding that Congress gives them, can fund these kinds of private ventures and become an anchor tenant. That's the way that NASA wants to look at it. They want to fly at least 2 people on these private space stations, and they want to fly, I think it's like a 50 to 100 payloads a year. They have these outlines, but right now it's anyone's guess as to when these facilities are going to be able to come online, how much Congress is going to be able to fund them, or I shouldn't say be able to, how much Congress is going to be willing to fund them, at the timeline of the ISS in general. So I did mention that consensus is building towards NASA funding ISS until 2030. The Russians are the second biggest partner on the ISS. Remember, it's International Space Station. There are several countries that are involved in funding the ISS and not only funding it, but helping to maintain it. And the Russians are the second partner there. The NASA pays the most, and then Russia pays second. And unfortunately, Russia is currently going through a very public negotiations about how long they want to pay for ISS. They have put out there that they want to end their participation in the ISS by 2025. But Dmitry Rogozin, who is the head of Roscosmos, has said that, if he has his sanctions removed, then perhaps they could fund it a little bit longer. So really, it's a political ploy right there. It's geopolitics getting involved in what is usually not so controversial. Usually we see a lot of partnerships in space, and I'm going to ignore China for a moment, but at the moment, we're seeing a lot of partnerships in space with the International Space Station, with Gateway, ignoring China. Yeah, there's definitely adversarial relationship there, but we see much more of a partnership where NASA has the Artemis Accords, for example. They want to bring countries together, and unfortunately, Russia has their own plans, but Russia isn't sure, publicly speaking at least, if they want to stick around with ISS, if they want to join Artemis Accords. They're leaning towards not. If they want to partner with China, they have talked about partnering with China on a moon base. They have also talked about partnering with China's space station and also developing a Russian space station, even starting as early as 2025. Unfortunately, Roscosmos has not been funded very well, so the likelihood is low, and they really value the funding that they get from NASA. And that's the big problem, is that now that SpaceX has been flying astronauts for NASA, there's no longer a real need for flying a significant number of astronauts on Soyuz. NASA still wants to fly astronauts on Soyuz, and NASA also wants astronauts to fly on commercial US companies, whether that's Boeing or SpaceX. But there's been a little bit of tension there. Anyway, I'm going to move on in the interest of time, because I've got lots more to cover, and I'm going to do questions too. But that's a complex topic right there, is what happens if there is no more LEO destination in space other than maybe the Chinese space station, which is getting fantastic, sped up assembly right now. It's really exciting to see that come together. Anyway, we're just going to hope that ISS continues to be funded and that there will be private space stations coming on board pretty soon. Speaking of some failures here, unfortunately, Rocket Lab experienced their second electron failure, their second one in about 11 months. This is actually their third one altogether on May 15th. But Rocket Lab is one of those companies that's really resilient. They've already gotten approval from the FAA to return to flight as early as this month. We don't have a firm date yet on when they will return to flight, but last year, after their July 4th failure, it only delayed their next mission a few days from its original manifest date. So Rocket Lab seems to be really resilient. Whether or not customers in the future will consider them to be a safe, reliable means of launch is yet to be seen, but they are a really quick launcher. They launch small sats at the moment. They're currently building their rocket Neutron, which they're hoping to launch larger payloads. So we wish Rocket Lab all the best in their return to flight. The big news, I've actually gotten like 3 phone calls from reporters this morning about it, is New Shepard, which is Blue Origin's suborbital vehicle, will be flying its first crewed mission as early as July 20th. And that's a symbolic date. That was the date of the Apollo 11 lunar landing. And whether they stick with July 20th just remains to be seen. But in any case, the big news is that the Jeff Bezos, who's I think currently the second wealthiest man in the world, I'd have to go check, he is the founder of Blue Origin, and he's going to fly with himself and his brother on that first crewed New Shepard mission, which is a big signal that he believes it is safe. And they've got good reason to believe that it is safe, because New Shepard has flown ever since its first mission, which had a little bit of a hiccup. It has flown several successful missions. I want to say something like 15, I should go check, successful missions to suborbital space. And they've defined suborbit as a little over 100 kilometers, a little over the von Karman line. And so they've been flying payloads, especially NASA payloads, for a number of those missions. And now they feel safe enough where they can fly not just payloads, but also people themselves. We don't have a good sense of who's going to be flying. We only know Jeff Bezos and his brother, and the winner of an auction that is going on right now. It's an online auction at the moment to conclude with a publicly broadcast, at least June 12th. That's in a few days. June 12th auction. Currently, the bidding is at 3.2 million as of yesterday. I haven't checked today. So I believe personally that it'll get over 5 million for that first flight for some very wealthy individual to pay to go on that first crewed mission on New Shepard. There are 6 seats on that mission. So that just is 3. We don't really know about the rest of the mission, the crew and what they're going to be doing during their 11-minute flight. 11-minute flight. And so it'll be interesting to see how that goes. And especially since Blue Origin has been so slow to do what it wants to do. And so the fact that it is finally launching people is very exciting. And hopefully in the next year, I don't know if it'll be this year, but hopefully within the next year, we will see their orbital vehicle, New Glenn, come on board as well. And that will be a bit of a competition for SpaceX, as well as a competition for United Launch Alliance with their Vulcan, which should be coming aboard sometime in the next year or 2, probably more like 2. We'll just have to see how quickly these companies can prove themselves and then win contracts. And speaking of competition, Virgin Galactic, they've sort of been left in the dust here with this announcement by Blue Origin that they're ready to do commercial operational flights, because Virgin Galactic did have a successful flight on May 22nd of their VSS Unity out of New Mexico, their first flight out of New Mexico. And they had planned to go a lot faster. That was over 2-year gap between their last mission in 2019 to the one on May 22nd. And they're really hoping to wrap up cadence ramp up cadence. That way they can get a lot more of these test flights done, and then eventually, hopefully very soon, fly their founder, Richard Branson, who has also been waiting for many years to fly, as well as Jeff Bezos wanting to fly on his own missions, his own vehicles as well. So Virgin Galactic also has plans to do suborbital spaceflight, and they want to do very quickly. They've also been flying missions with NASA on their flights. And in fact, they just announced in the past week, my friend Kelly Girardi is going to be flying on a research mission for Virgin Galactic in the future, which is very exciting. So this is the second research mission that has been announced. Last year, they announced that Alan Stern was the first NASA-selected researcher to fly on a Virgin Galactic flight. So they have something like 600 people waiting in line to fly, and we're just going to see how quickly Virgin Galactic can get on board. We want them to fly, right? We want to have this success, because there's so many different reasons why you'd want to fly suborbital versus orbital. And in fact, it all sort of leads together with the parabolic flights and the sounding rockets to, sorry, I'm just gonna pause. To then suborbital flight, to then orbit, and then to cislunar space, and then the moon and Mars and beyond. It all rolls together. So really fast, I'm going to cover some satellite servicing missions. I cannot cover them all right now, but there's some really great things that are happening with Northrop Grumman right now is their mission extension vehicle, MEV-2. You might remember MEV-1 last year, in February last year, that had their very first mission where they attached to an Intelsat satellite, which was not quite in, I think it was below GeV. I'd have to go check, but they wanted to extend the mission lifetime. And now their MEV-2 is doing just that. It attached to another Intelsat satellite in GEO in April, and it's going to extend the mission. And they've got plans to do other mission extension missions as well, I think with Intelsat and with other companies. And that's really exciting for the fact that we need to do something about all of the satellites that are already up there, and not even talking about all the space debris at the moment, just all of the satellites, the ones that are still active, the ones that are dead, to be able to to dock with a satellite that wasn't intentionally meant to dock with. So these are ones that had no plans to have somebody come up and grab it. It's really exciting to see this finally happening so we can do something about all the stuff that's in orbit right now. Speaking of, Astroscale is another company that wants to do something with all the stuff in orbit right now. Their end-of-life services demonstrator, ELSA-D, launched in March, and they have just announced plans with OneWeb to do their end-of-life services multi, ELSA-M, which will grab onto space, to the satellites in space and do satellite servicing with that as well. And so that's really exciting to see that come into fruition, because space debris and satellites end of life is going to be such a reoccurring problem. I started out this conversation talking about the 2000 Starlink satellites and the other constellations that have plans. And that doesn't even count all the other stuff that we've just put up there, like rocket boosters and the debris from intentional and unintentional collisions. But I have gone on and on and on. I want to leave time for questions. So I apologize if I didn't get to your favorite topic. You can ask me about it right now.
Thank you so much, Laura. That was really fun. We had a question. We're going to just jump backwards a little bit to your segment on the ISS. There was a question about whether the US could sort of buy out Russia if they back out, or does that become a major issue in the viability of the ISS through our goal dates?
It's an excellent question. And I've been asking this question and nobody has an answer. We just don't know. There's no official word from NASA. I've talked to engineers, and engineers have given me different answers depending on who I talk to, whether or not we need to buy out Russia, whether or not we can operate the International Space Station without Russia. So Russia does own and operate certain components on the space station that are vital. And NASA actually owns one of the Russian modules, but can they buy the other one? I don't know. It remains to be seen. And right now, I wouldn't count on Russia leaving the ISS anytime soon, because I do believe this is a negotiating ploy. But it is good to have these backup plans in case Russia does decide they want to end their participation in ISS before NASA is ready to.
Yeah, it's a fascinating conversation and a good use of leverage on Russia's part, I think. In your excellent analytical series of flybys and orbits, you provide various analysis of day-to-day happenings related to space. And one recent report showed that a top 3 issue for launch delays is launch site logistics at Cape Canaveral. Can you give an example of a logistical issue and why they seem to be recurring and are rising in priority?
I'm very glad you mentioned that, because it's really interesting to see how the success of the Cape Canaveral Spaceport, which that is the name for Cape Canaveral Space Force Station, whatever they're calling it now, and a Kennedy Space Center. It's combined as Cape Canaveral Spaceport, and their success, which is fantastic to see, because I lived there when the space shuttle program retired, and I remember the depression of that area. It's so great to see it come to life with all these different launches, especially by SpaceX, still launches by United Launch Alliance, and others coming out of the Cape. Unfortunately, success also means traffic jams. And so if you're so popular, you need to reorient your launch schedule. The range has done a good job of modernizing, but it hasn't done a perfect job. It still needs to figure out how it's going to launch these people, I should say, these rockets in quick succession, and what to prioritize and when, and what to deal with the weather, because weather is still the #1 reason why launches are delayed. And there's certainly no shortage of weather in Florida. And so looking at how to maneuver these launches that want to happen, especially if Starlink is launching almost weekly now, and it's just really exciting to see the success, but also curious to see how the Cape is going to respond to that success and how they're going to continue to balance the needs of multiple users. That's one thing they've said they wanted to do for years now, is to do a multi-user spaceport. Well, they've got it. They won. Now they have to, figure out how they're going to respond to that. And this is also a warning for other spaceports or space launch locations, because Wallops in Virginia also has plans to extend with, for example, a Rocket Lab now wants to launch out of there, in addition to Northrop Grumman, Antares, and others, smaller rockets. And they might see some traffic jams happening at Wallops. Some of the other sites in the States are less popular, but it's interesting to see the popular ones and how we're going to have to just figure out the launch logistics there.
Great, thank you. Inara asks a question: linking NFTs with satellites seems to be a great way to get the public at large involved with space, because most people can't buy a satellite, but they can buy a thousandth of one and benefit directly from the satellite's services. Do you think the growing link between space and crypto will endure and grow, or is this a fleeting fad?
So my experience with NFTs and crypto and all of that is minimal. So I have no expertise to answer this question. I can say from my personal opinion that it seems to be a fad. Others could prove me wrong, get very wealthy, and I'll be left behind. That's okay. It's not something I'm going to touch personally. But you bring up a good point in that you want to get the public involved. The public is already involved in space, and all the satellites that are up there today, they just don't know it necessarily. They don't necessarily know about the weather satellites, the GPS satellites, the Earth observation satellites, every other satellite, the communication satellites. Do they necessarily know about these things, or are they just picking up their phone and using all these little features, all these apps that use satellites, and they don't realize it? And so I'm of the personal opinion that the public doesn't necessarily need to know, and it goes back to critical infrastructure. Does the public need to know the critical infrastructure of the sewer system, the electrical system, all these other critical infrastructure? Space, I do believe, is a critical infrastructure, and there's actually a House bill that was just proposed to make it such, to designate it as such. Does the public need to know? Well, I believe it needs to know some things about space and why it's important, but it doesn't need to know all the details. So let's keep informing all of our friends and family about why space is important and why they should care, while maybe leaving out some of the more boring parts of, hey, GPS works because of this, it does this, So keep it fun. And I actually did want to do a plug here, is that I just started a new newsletter for the month of June. It's the very first issue. It's just put out last week through Astralytical, which covers a lot of this information, but also not just the news, but the insights, the research, the analysis that we do at Astralytical. So if you go to astralytical.com and look at the Explorer down at the bottom, and I'm going to put it at the top as well, you'll see a link to subscribe to the newsletter. And that way you can get in your inbox every month, not just the news of the entire space industry as much as I can fit in a newsletter, but also the insights that my company comes up with, and the ways that we see it trending in different directions.
Great. Well, our next speaker seems to be still getting on board here. So if you don't mind, I'll just ask an additional question or two while he manages to get on. A little bit out of left field, there was a huge global internet outage this morning. Can you provide any insight about the role of space in both allowing that to happen and then also enacting a solution? It's a little bit of different information, but wanted to get your insight.
Right? It goes back to the infrastructure. We, as a modern society, use the internet, use space in so many different ways. And I personally live in an area where our internet is not very good. In fact, the United States in general has not very good internet options. And so without the internet, though, I can't really get much phone signal. So I just live in one of those areas that is not quite rural, but very left out of, just like a lot of other people. And that's why Starlink is such a popular idea. It is more expensive than some of the more poor areas of the United States can sign on to, but then you rely on governments or collectives or more people who can afford it to be able to then buy those subscriptions to do some kind of satellite collective, whether it is, satellite for a community, satellite for a school, satellite for a reservation, they've had success there, or satellite just for your own backyard if you happen to live out in the middle of nowhere, satellite for your boat, satellite for whatever it is that can bring you connection to the outside world, which is getting vital, absolutely vital for the modern world. You don't necessarily need it, but it is one of those things where if you want to participate in the modern society, you need internet. And so it would be wonderful if satellite could be the primary or backup means that people access the internet. I don't see that happening anytime soon. It could be backup, not primary, for the majority of people. But I do think that space is going to be integrated more and more into our modern society. It is so integrated right now that we don't even think about it. Even you and I who work in the space sector don't think about it on a daily basis, right? So I think it's just going to become more and more vital, and we won't necessarily have those interruptions. It's sort of like how TV used to be interrupted by storms, right? And now it's broadcast down by satellites and streaming to our TVs. And so it'll be like that general transition that we don't even consider, that suddenly we're relying on space and satellites even more than we already do. And it just is a transformation. And we don't want to be left behind. So we really do want to invest in these businesses. We want to invest in the regulations and the business incentives that can bring businesses here. We want to invest in the technology, in the people, in the talent pool and the education.
Sorry, Michael, can you jump on and carry on for just a minute? I'm getting a phone call from the area code where our next speaker is coming from. So I'm going to check.
Okay, cool.
And see
I got you.
what the issue
I
is
got
there.
you.
Hello.
Hey, Laura. You know, you talked a little bit about what Bezos is doing, and you talk about how they're slow. Do you want to kind of do a compare contrast? You know, they've got that that motto, and pardon my Latin, graditum ferocitor. You know, can you talk about why they are doing what they're doing, how they are doing what they're doing? Everybody tries to compare them to SpaceX. I've never really thought that was a good comparison, but I'm curious to know what you're thinking.
Right. So you have to go back to Jeff Bezos's childhood, where he was inspired by Gerard K. O'Neill. And if you haven't seen the new documentary, The High Frontier, I highly recommend it. It was great. And so he has that same vision as Gerard K. O'Neill, that he wants to create millions of people living and working in space, you know, these cities in space. And so in order to do that, he needs to support the infrastructure. He needs to get the rockets built. He needs to, he wants to, at least in the future, do the outposts or the space stations. And so how slow they go is not really something I totally understand, but I appreciate the fact that they're still going, that Jeff Bezos is putting in his own money, that he's, you know, it's been over 20 years now that they've been in operations. It's slow, right? So I think it's a good reminder not to compare them to SpaceX, because SpaceX has different motivations and different incentives and different stakeholders, where Blue Origin has different kinds of motivators and not the same stakeholders. They just really have to please Jeff Bezos. Sure, they have contracts with the government and they want to continue to get contracts with the government. And I neglected to mention the fact that the DoD wants to, you know, purchase flights from SpaceX Starship and other things like Blue Origin's New Glenn, and you know, there's so many different stakeholders that are involved here, and the rockets that Blue Origin is selling to ULA. So they do have those kinds of things, but they also have a bigger picture, a larger plan, where they, I think they're being very deliberate. I don't know why they're being so slow, but I know that they're doing it on purpose. I'm hopeful, just like everyone else is hopeful, that now that Jeff Bezos is not running Amazon day in and day out, that he will focus more on Blue Origin. And now that he's going to be flying himself on New Shepard, he will have that incentive then to speed up New Shepard cadence to get not just himself and his brother, but also the next flight, and then the next flight, and then the next flight. So you're not seeing such gaps there. And then hopefully New Glenn will come on board, and then hopefully all the other rockets and plans that they have planned. So it's just a different model, a different business model. And I can't pretend to be in the head of Jeff Bezos, but I'm glad that he exists. I'm glad Elon Musk exists to fund these things.
So I agree with so much of that. It's, you know, we're in their backyard, right? I live about, you know, 30 miles from Blue, and it's fascinating to kind of see that evolution. It does make me scratch my head. I am curious about some of their reasons for why they do it. But you also said something kind of locally would be considered fighting words. You don't think that they're going to win what do they call that? They didn't like the HLS standing, so they fought it. There's a word for it. I don't know what their
protest.
Protest. Thank you. So you don't think they're going to win the protest? Why?
GAO has stated on their website that 15% of the protests in 2020 were sustained. That means 85% were not. And if you read the source selection document by Kathleen leaders, you will clearly see why SpaceX was the winner. It was very clear. It's not just monetary, it's also technological, managerial, and all these other scoring mechanisms. But it's also very clear that NASA wanted to award a second contract, and they wanted to award it to Blue Origin. And that's where you get the complex politics that I neatly avoided talking about earlier, right, of the amendment on the Endless Frontiers Act and the counter amendment by, so the first amendment was by the Senator of Washington, Senator Cantwell. And then the other one was by Senator Bernie Sanders, saying it was a bailout which is not accurate, but I understand the
bit.
frustration. And so it's a back and forth with politics right now. So there's multiple issues going on. First one is that SpaceX won this. And the second one is that it's being protested. And I do not believe that that protest will do anything. I don't even believe it'll delay things much because SpaceX is continuing to work on Starship despite the stop order on HLS. The third issue is the politics of the money. So the reason why NASA did not select 2 contracts is because they felt like they didn't have money because Congress refused initially in the past 2 years to fund NASA at the amount that the president requested. And so if you look to see what Congress is doing now, it's a great bluff on NASA's part. We're not bluff necessarily, but it was a great political decision on their part to say, we want to award a second contract to Blue Origin, but we don't have enough money. So give us money. That's essentially what that source selection document says. And so I don't believe that Blue Origin is going to win their protest, but I do believe that Congress is going to eventually, I don't know if it'll be in this amendment that's going through right now or a future bill, but I do believe that NASA is going to get the money from Congress that they need for 2 contracts. And again,
that's such good news.
Question of the LETS program. This is for Artemis 3 that we're talking about now, but there's Artemis 4, there's Artemis 5. We're just going to have to see how it plays out.
Okay, good, because you had me worried there for a minute. I agree. I don't think. I think SpaceX was the right choice. You know, from a armchair quarterback kind of perspective, I think SpaceX was the right choice. But I really personally want Blue to also be in the game. So fingers crossed. So you had me a little worried there earlier. There's a question from the audience. It's asking, how can we avoid space monopolies? Or is that something we even need to be concerned about?
I don't think it's something necessarily to be concerned about. We live in a very capitalist society. Where there's all the reasons why companies should be formed and all the investors to give them money and all the business incentives to locate here, and whatever districts. And there might be winners and losers at one point. ULA was the winner for so long, right? So ULA was the one getting all the contracts from NASA and DoD until SpaceX did in fact fight some of that and won some of that to get some of the contracts. And now SpaceX has all these launches and ULA has very few. ULA still gets a lot of contracts from the government, but it's I wouldn't say monopoly is the term. It's more like very few companies that are getting these large contracts. Right. And so maybe you want to diversify, and that's why there is now 100 and gosh, I don't even know, some small launch companies that are trying to form, right? More than could ever be supported by the market. And so I don't think there's a reason to doubt it, because if one of those companies that is currently working right now, like for example, Rocket Lab, they started out as a small launcher. They said, we're not going to go to larger payloads. And then suddenly they changed their mind. And now they're working on Neutron, which I forget where that is in the class of rockets. But so don't worry about a monopoly, because there's always a company that could start up. The difference is, though, if you're talking about countries like China, where it's all, for the most part, state-owned, but then you also have private companies that are also sort of state-owned, it's very complex. And so that's where things get different, because the government picks and chooses a lot of the support that it gives to those countries. India is another place where it's been so government focused, and private companies were not allowed until recently. So we're going to have to see how that goes. So for a long time, it was just ISRO that was launching, and then we're going to have to see how that goes. So there's different systems around the world, but within the United States, I don't think we need to worry about monopolies.
No, I agree. Robert, for perspective, there was a time not that long ago when there were only 2 organizations, 2 budgets, and 1 mission. It was the Soviet Union and the United States. It took a while, but it's now blossomed into a global program with thousands of budgets, thousands of missions, thousands of organizations. So I don't think monopoly or I don't even think duopoly, like it's not going to be a Coke Pepsi problem. It's going to be lots and lots of organizations. Laura, there are, I think, 3 orbital space tug organizations. Momentous, you mentioned Lockheed, and then Ad Astra just bought a company. Do you think that's going to grow? Is that market going to grow as we start seeing in-space transportation become a thing?
Yeah, there's more than 3 companies doing space tugs, and I think it's great. I love the satellite servicing sector because it's so much in demand. It's going to be even more in demand as more and more satellites get up there. And we realize how much we polluted the environment. And I'm not necessarily talking about pollution in terms of like, just the satellites we launched. I'm talking about all the debris and all the dead satellites that we launched and all of the things that just ignore that 25-year guideline and just stay up there forever. We've got a lot of cleanup to do. So
Right.
tugs, capture mechanisms, things that extend the life of satellites, whatever it is, I think it's great. Also, the ways to do the ride share and to save money in that way, where satellites can ride share and then do that last mile, they call it, of figuring out how to get to the orbit they want. I love all of that. It's going to be more and more important as we go forward. I don't want to interrupt the next speaker. I don't know where we are now.
No. I think Lee is giving us a thumbs up right now. Thanks a lot, Laura. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
So much, Laura. Appreciate you continuing that conversation. And I will shorten this a little bit going forward here. Kelvin Coleman serves as the Federal Aviation Administration's Deputy Associate Administrator for Commercial Space Transportation. In this role, he provides executive leadership and oversight of the Office of Commercial Space Transportation to ensure achievement of AST's principal mission objectives of public safety and advancement of U.S. commercial space transportation. Kelvin has more than 20 years of experience in AST, having served previously as Deputy Associate Administrator, Acting Deputy Associate Administrator, Chief of Staff, Senior Technical Advisor for Operations Integration, Program Lead for Space and Air Traffic Integration, and Special Assistant to the Associate Administrator. Prior to joining AST, he worked for the U.S. Naval Air Systems Command as both a systems engineer and as a guidance, navigation, and control engineer for several weapons system acquisition programs. Kelvin, thank you so much for joining us today.
Well, good morning, everyone, and thank you for having me. I first of all want to apologize for getting on to the meeting a little bit late here. As luck would have it, Murphy is hard at work, and my Zoom connection would not work this morning. So I hope you will forgive me for being audio only on the phone today. But I'm certainly delighted to take part in this discussion and talk a little bit about what our office is all about, the Office of Commercial Space Transportation at the FAA, and the role that we play in enabling the future of launch. We think we play a pretty important role as the U.S. regulator, and we're pretty excited about it. I appreciate the introduction and talk a little bit about my background. I've been a part of this industry now for about 25 years, and I tell you, it's been a ride. It's been exciting to see within the last several years the growth in the commercial space launch and reentry marketplace, and to see what's taking place. We're really excited about it. It's going to be exciting to see what happens next over the course of the next decade or more. So let me talk a little bit about our Office of Commercial Space Transportation and what we're about here. So our primary job is to oversee and regulate U.S. commercial launch and reentry activities and the operation of launch and reentry sites, otherwise known as spaceports, in the United States, or otherwise managed, if you will, or carried out by U.S. citizens anywhere in the world. So if a U.S. citizen decides to, or a U.S. company or an otherwise U.S. entity decides to conduct a launch abroad, we oversee that as well. If they want to conduct a spaceport operation abroad, we also oversee that. Our primary responsibility and our number one priority, of course, is public safety. Namely, we are charged to protect the public, property, and the national security, as well as the foreign policy interests of the United States. That's our number one commitment, and I think we've done a pretty good job of that since our inception back in 1984. I should say a little bit about the office's beginnings. We began as a staff office back in 1984 that reported directly to the Secretary of Transportation. In 1996, that staff office was moved to the Federal Aviation Administration, where we became one of the 5 lines of business in the FAA, and we've been here since 1996. But over the course of that time, we've really accumulated, I think, a pretty stellar public safety record working alongside industry, of course. We've had more than 430 licensed and permitted commercial launches and reentries since 1989, which was our first licensed launch activity. And all 430 of those have been entirely safe. None, and by that I mean none have resulted in a public casualty or a fatality or otherwise significant property damage to the public. So that's a pretty good, strong track record we've been able to accumulate there. And our goal going forward is certainly to maintain that safety record. There's some interesting things that we're now seeing on the horizon. I think most folks in this community heard the pretty exciting news yesterday. Mr. Bezos announcing that he's going to fly aboard the next launch of their new Shepard, Blue Origin's new Shepard vehicle in July. That's pretty exciting. I'm sure that's going to bring a lot of new excitement and energy to the commercial space launch marketplace. And you know, it's really exciting to see where we're now going in terms of human space flight. And with the Bezos announcement, again, just being a tip of the iceberg, if you will, we expect to see more going forward. Currently, we don't necessarily regulate the safety, if you will, of space flight participants in an extensive manner, if you will. We do have something called informed consent. It's sort of like going to the doctor's office, where the doctor will inform you of all the risks associated, all the known risks associated with the surgery you might be about to undertake. And if you are willing to accept those risks, you sign a form saying that you are informed of those risks and, you know, have a nice surgery. So it's sort of similar when it comes to space flight participants. We don't call them passengers either, by the way. Passengers sort of denote something a little different, if you will. These vehicles that we license are not certified by the FAA. We license operations. So it's not like you're getting on an airplane whereby you're getting aboard a vehicle that has met the highest levels of standards to be type certificated. That's not what you're boarding when you get aboard a space launch vehicle. You're boarding a vehicle that's been licensed by the FAA, whereby we've determined that the launch of the vehicle can be conducted in a manner whereby the public, the risk to the public, the uninvolved public that is, can be successfully and sufficiently managed. But when it comes to spaceflight participants, again, our oversight is limited, if you will, to informed consent, and that's due to the fact that in the Commercial Space Launch Act, there is currently a moratorium in place that prohibits the agency from going further to put in place regulations that would address design features, if you will, of the vehicle that would otherwise lend more protections to spaceflight participants. And the reason for that is that the Congress rightfully concluded that the industry needed to undergo a period of learning before the regulators stepped in and put in regulations that might stifle industry progress. And that's certainly not our aim ever, to stifle industry progress or innovation. And so we've been under that moratorium now for a number of years, but it is set to expire or sunset in October of 2023. So we look forward to that conversation. I'm sure it will be a healthy debate as we lead up to October 2023 as to whether or not the current moratorium should be allowed to sunset, or should be allowed to continue. So we look forward to that conversation. Now, in the meantime, we haven't been entirely silent on human spaceflight safety. We did in 2014 publish what we called a recommended set of practices are for human spaceflight, which we think are pretty important that towards enabling a dialogue with government, industry, and academia on best practices to that can be employed by companies that are carrying spaceflight participants either into low Earth orbit or into a suborbital trajectory to ensure that those occupants are safe throughout the entire life cycle of that flight. So we've had that in place, and we think that's an important tool going forward. And there's been a lot of conversation around the development of standards as well. And we think the recommended practices that we put together and developed, and I should mention in partnership with NASA, which obviously has extensive experience when it comes to human spaceflight. We think those practices are a good start, if you will, to any regulatory construct that might come in the future. So we look to leverage that, and that's in place now as we speak. So let me talk a little bit more generally about who needs a license. Licensing is an important part of any endeavor that any launch service provider needs to undertake. As I mentioned, any U.S. citizen desiring to conduct a launch in the United States must get a license by the FAA in order to do that. And so it starts with us. We as I mentioned before, we license launches and reentries of launches inside the U.S. By U.S. citizens as well as foreign entities. I should say that. So if a foreign entity decides it wants to conduct a launch from one of the federal ranges or one of the 13 FAA licensed launch sites, spaceports in the U.S., they must obtain a license from the FAA in order to do that. Same with reentries. And so if a reentry is intended to land in the U.S., or if a U.S. company intends to conduct a reentry and that reentry is going to conclude in a foreign country, if you will, that entity must get a license from the FAA in order to do that. We also issue experimental permits for companies that seek to conduct reusable suborbital vehicle operations. So again, if you want to conduct a reusable operation of a vehicle that only will go suborbital, rocket-powered vehicle, then that is you can get an experimental permit from us in order to do that. And the scope of those that particular authorization, if you will, is limited only to research and development activities. They cannot be used for compensation or hire like the launch licenses can be used. And I should also mention, while I'm at it, in terms of who our oversight touches, we do not license. We license launches by the government. If it's for the government and by the government, we don't license those. But last week we had a crew resupply mission that was carried out for NASA, but not by NASA. It was carried out by SpaceX, and NASA procured the ride through Space Act agreements. I think many of us are familiar with those. But because it was not both by and for the government, only for the government, if you will, that was licensed by our office. So we're pretty excited about that going forward. And we have seen, I was going to mention this later, but I'll mention it now. We were pretty excited to license more recently the missions that carried crew to the International Space Station, and NASA astronauts being able to fly aboard U.S. vehicles the first time since the retirement of shuttle. So we were pretty excited to be able to license those missions, as well as the reentry, a successful reentry, bringing our U.S. astronauts back home from the International Space Station. So we're pretty excited about that. Earlier this year, we also were able to publish a new regulation, Part 450, as we call it, or as we call it, our Streamlined Launch and Reentry Requirements Rule, SLR2, we like to call it for short. It's a new rule that we put in place earlier this year that was really driven as a result of the Presidential Policy Directive 2 from the previous administration that directed us to look at and streamline our regulations. It was probably the most aggressive rulemaking that we've ever undertaken in this office, in that we consolidated 4 regulatory parts into one. And so before this rulemaking, if you were conducting a reusable launch vehicle operation, an expendable launch vehicle operation, a reentry operation, all of those various operations fell under different regulatory parts. So if you were conducting a launch vehicle operation of an expendable variety, well, that meant you went to Part 415. If you're conducting a reusable vehicle operation, you go to Part 431. If it's experimental vehicle operation, Part 437, and so on and so forth. So what we've done now is we've consolidated all of those parts into a single part. And again, this was probably the most aggressive rulemaking that we had undertaken, but it was necessary due to the fact that the regulations that we had on the books had been on the books for a number of years, and we were finding that we were having to, more often than not, come up with, I'll say, creative ways to help the industry remain compliant with the regulation on the books, particularly as launch vehicle operations became more complex. And we've seen a great increase in the complexity and the variety of the kind of operations that are now taking place in the U.S. And the regulations simply were not keeping pace with that type of innovation. And so this new rule, we believe, Part 450, is really set up and will be a great enabler to help the industry move forward and to help us keep pace with the industry. Whereby the regulations were formally prescriptive in nature, whereby we sort of laid out, this is how you must operate, this is how you must work in order to be compliant with the regulations. We pivoted to performance-based regulations, where we now just simply set the safety bar, and we allow industry to determine how it will clear that bar. So this really opens the door to innovation, we believe. And again, we're pretty excited about that going forward. Today, coincidentally, marks the last day in which the legacy rules can be used for application. In other words, if companies have not made application to the FAA by today, again, coincidentally, under the new rules, today is the last day. So moving forward, any application to the FAA for launch or reentry must be made under the new Part 450 after today. So again, we're moving aggressively forward, and we're looking forward to seeing more companies come under the new Part 450. Of course, with any rulemaking, no rulemaking is perfect. As we go forward, I'm sure we will find in some places there are things we need to tweak and modify, and we'll be looking to do that where necessary. And again, we have a pretty great partnership, we believe, with industry. And I'm sure they will be pretty vocal in letting us know where things don't work. And again, we will be attentive to that because, again, our primary goal is public safety, but we also want to see the industry be successful and be able to innovate and to be able to compete internationally. So in summary, I'll just mention or say that, Part 450 really, again, benefits public safety. It enables innovation. We believe it also improves the overall licensing review process, and it also helps clarify some of the NEPA requirements to ensure environmental responsive determinations as well. So we think we're on a good path forward insofar as the new rule. As I mentioned earlier, we've had a number of successful launches, 403 to date since 1989. We've had a couple of successful NASA crew missions that we've licensed this year, as well as one reentry. And just this past Sunday, we saw the Falcon 9 launch the SXM-8 mission from Space Launch Complex 40 at Cape Canaveral Space Force Station in Florida. Again, that was our latest successful launch. And now we're on the pace, I would say. We're seeing multiple launches, in some cases, multiple launches each week. But we're really on pace to have one launch at least each week. And so we're projecting by the end of this calendar year, we'll see about 52, up around 52 or 55 launches, somewhere in that range. And again, every year since 2016, we've broken records in terms of the number of launches that we've had in the U.S. So we're pretty excited about the future of commercial space transportation. We're pretty excited about our role, and we look forward to working hand in hand with the industry as it moves forward into new areas like human space flight going forward. So with that, I'll pause there and happy to take any questions if anybody has any.
Thank you so much, Kelvin. We will move on to the next speaker here pretty quickly, but I do want to ask one question that got asked twice in the chat, and that's about the recent momentous denial and the reasoning behind that. Can you cover that just a little bit?
I can talk generally about our process. So without getting into the details. So one of the things, I didn't mention this, probably should have, but one of the things that we do as we make a license determination, and I mentioned, part of our focus is ensuring that the national security as well as foreign policy interests of the United States are protected as we make these determinations. And so in order to do that, we conduct what we call a policy review. And in some cases, it's overlap, I would call also a payload review, whereby we conduct a review process within the interagency. So we reach out to our partners at the State Department, DOD, NASA, Department of Commerce, and sometimes also the FCC, the intelligence community, to have them review the proposals that are being made. And so you look at both the launch vehicle as well as the payloads that are being carried. And so in some cases, there are issues that are raised during those reviews that are sensitive, if you will. And that doesn't necessarily result in a flat out denial. Oftentimes we will afford the launch service provider to work with the payload provider if the issue is with the payload, to see if the issue can be rectified, if you will. If the situation cannot be rectified in time for a launch, then typically what happens is that manifests, so that payload is typically taken off of the vehicle to allow the launch to occur. But sometimes issues pop up or arise during the interagency review process that are somewhat sensitive that we have to deal with appropriately.
That's so helpful. I appreciate your going into that, and really glad you were able to join us today and share about the history and future of the FAA.
You're most welcome. And again, my apologies for not being on a face-to-face Zoom call.
We'll get you next time.
Okay, sounds good.
Bye-bye. All right, our next speaker is Mickey Sode. Mickey is a commercial innovation manager at the CASIS ISS National Laboratory. She promotes the space-based research and technology development by academic researchers, startups, and Fortune 500 companies, from aerospace systems to agriculture, for the benefit of life on and off Earth. Mickey, welcome.
Hi. Thanks, Lee, for the introduction, and thank you all for having me in this conference. I'm excited to be here. Let me share my screen, and please allow me to go offline because there will be slides, pretty slides. Hold on, let me see. Share screen. Okay. Let me see. Can you see my slides okay?
I am seeing a blank screen.
Oh, you do? Hold on just a minute. How about this?
Yes. Now I
Okay,
can.
it works?
Yes.
Okay, great, awesome. All right, so, okay, yeah. Again, my name is Miki Sode. I would like to give you a little overview of International Space Station National Lab. I am a commercial innovation manager at Center for the Advancement of Science in Space. Okay, great. Okay, so let's start with a brief history of the International Space Station. ISS took about 10 years and more than 30 missions to assemble. It is a result of unprecedented scientific and engineering collaboration among 5 space agencies, which are, of course, NASA, European Space Agencies, Japanese Space Agency, Canadian Space Agency, and the Russian Roscosmos, and all representing 15 countries. So it was 1998 that the first US built component of the ISS space station was ISS was launched. And by 2000, 3 astronauts became the first crew to reside on board the space station. So last year in November, we celebrated 20 years of continuous human presence in space on board the ISS. So I think a university sophomore or junior, they don't know the world where somebody is a human, a group of humans are living outside of Earth. So that's, to me, mind-boggling. Some fun facts about International Space Station. The size of the space station is approximately the same size as the football field, but the internal living space is about the size of a 5-bedroom house. So recently there were 11 astronauts up there, which I don't know how they arrange the sleeping accommodation, but maybe we could ask one of the astronauts someday. It is traveling at the speed of 17,500 miles per hour. That means it orbits the Earth every 90 minutes at an altitude of approximately about 250 miles. So that means those astronauts experience, get to see 16 sunrises and 16 sunsets a day. So that's a lot. To date, more than 3,000 experiments from over 109 countries have conducted on the ISS, and 240 individuals and counting every month almost from 19 countries have visited the ISS. So in 2005, US Congress designated the US portion of the ISS as the national lab. And the reason is basically the same as the other DOE labs. It's a valuable asset for science discovery and technology development, but it's too big and too expensive for one institution to manage. And the government decided to make it a national lab to open it up to scientists and researchers for everybody to utilize and benefit from it so that they could do their science. So we focus on doing experiments for non-NASA US government agencies like National Institute of Health or National Science Foundation, other academic institutions and private sectors. By doing so, we can leverage this unique environment and facility on board the ISS to advance science and technology development and education for improving quality of life here on Earth and to promote collaboration. So in 2011, ISS National Lab was designated to be, Center for the Advancement of Science in Space cases, my organization, that's the legal name, was designated to manage the ISS US National Lab. So you may hear that we use cases and ISS National Lab, that interchangeably. All right. Okay, so our mission is to foster scientific discovery and technological innovation in space and to expand US leadership in innovation and commercial space sector. and to inspire the next generation through ISS STEM education opportunities. So how do we accomplish that? We manage the ISS as a public service in order to benefit the US taxpayers and to foster a scalable and sustainable low Earth orbit economy. We leverage our core competencies, facilitate public-private partnership, and utilize the platform capabilities and unique operating environment of the space station. We also create demand, incubate in space business ventures, provide access for and awareness of fundamental sciences and technological innovation, and promote science literacy of the future workforce. So as a commercial innovation manager, I am kind of sitting in more on the demand side. So I speak a lot in like conferences like this to raise awareness or go talk to potential partner to work out like how they could benefit from sending experiments to space. And their core value is not necessarily space at all, but that's where we come in to help them so that they can focus on their science and we could help them reach to space to advance their scientific cause. So we work very closely with NASA, other service providers and implementation partners. So they are the ones that have facilities or say external platform attached to ISS, and then they've been working on this operating and conducting experiments in space station. So they have that heritage and knowledge to share. We also draw on the result of the science conducted on ISS to improve the lives of people here on Earth and provide value to the nation. And I mentioned before too that we create new partnership across disciplines with commercial companies, entrepreneurs and startups, and academic and government institutions. So why do we all of this? This is one big important thing. Takeaway message is that our goal is to enable space research that leverages these unique conditions so that its result can be used to improve our lives here on Earth. So ultimately, ISS National Lab strives to bring value and impact back to the US economy and taxpayers by benefiting life here on Earth from, say, new drug development to new hyperspectral sensors to monitor environmental changes on Earth, or maybe new optical fibers materials with superior quality. So all in all, the ISS National Lab enables science in space to benefit life here on Earth. You might ask, why research in space? So research in space provides a paradigm shift. It reveals features of terrestrial life and physical processes that cannot be seen or manipulated on Earth. And so space and the ISS provides a platform to study more about microgravity environment, extreme conditions, and vantage point. And then we're going to go into each of them in the next slides. So microgravity or weightlessness, which alters many observable phenomena with physical and life sciences. So systems and processes affected by microgravity include, say, surface wetting or interfacial tension, multi-phase flow and heat transfer, solidification, and fire and combustion. So this animation here is actually a suit coming out of a simplified time, like candle wick. So as you can see that the shape of the frame is not kind of teardrop shape that you usually see, it's more spherical. Yeah, so moreover, microgravity induces a vast array of changes in organisms, ranging from viruses to bacteria to plants to humans. And that could include global alterations in gene expression and three-dimensional aggregation of cells into tissue-like architecture. So yeah, like in microgravity environment, there's no sedimentation, there's no convection buoyancy. And if you imagine a plant growing in space, that not only that they are exposed to alteration biologically, but they have to survive in a very unusual, stressful environment with no convection and buoyancy, no air circulation, no water circulation. So often, unless you're careful about how much water to put in the soil, the earlier days, plants just get drowned in this medium. And so these are the considerations that not just biologists, but anybody who wants to experiment in space has to take in consideration. And it's not intuitive. So the next one is the extreme environment conditions right outside of the ISS. So this includes exposure to extreme heat and cold cycling, ultra vacuum, atomic oxygen, high energy radiation, just very harsh environment. So testing and qualification of materials, sensors, subcomponents that exposed to this space environment simultaneously provides data to enable like manufacturing and have a long life reliable components used here on Earth, as well as in the like satellites and other space systems. And then there's no better place than testing it in situ. So, all right. All right. The third one is the unique vantage point. The ISS offers a unique, it's orbiting at 250 miles above Earth. So the observation from this orbiting platform can provide varying spatial resolution and lighting condition compared with, say, geosynchronous or sun-synchronous orbits typical for Earth's remote sensing satellites. So allowing some insights into diverse fields ranging from atmospheric modeling to agriculture to storm tracking. All right. And it is also a crewed orbiting laboratory in space. So ISS offers diverse state-of-the-art hardware and facility to support wide range of research, right? And it has many equipments that you might find in the lab across the hall. So it could include freezers, furnaces, a centrifuge, microscope, cell cultures, incubator, the list goes on. And you could actually go to NASA website to find a very thick book of all the facilities aboard ISS. So ISS National Lab works with investigators to identify the best technology and equipment for each specific investigation, and also works with network of service providers and implementation partner that I mentioned before to help investigator maximize success. And as I mentioned, the ISS is crewed. So these men and women are there to carry out your research, and many astronauts nowadays are trained scientists, from microbiologists to plant scientists, so that they have deeper understanding of what's important for your science and conduct the experiments for you. All right. So in every resupply mission, there are science experiments headed to ISS, and I wanted to play a little 3 minutes video overview of the SpaceX CRS-22 launched last, I think it's Thursday, June 3rd. So here you go. Hope this plays well.
More than 900 pounds of research and supplies are launching to the International Space Station on SpaceX's 22nd commercial resupply services mission, including several investigations sponsored by the U.S. National Laboratory. This mission has everything, from fundamental and applied research, the payloads dedicated to in-space production applications, recognizable private sector partners supporting research and development, and student-led experiments. Let's take a deeper look into some of the investigations that are launching on SpaceX CRS-22. Colgate-Palmolive, the global household and consumer products company, will launch the first private sector oral healthcare investigation to the ISS on this mission. The project aims to identify the molecular characteristics of a healthy and diseased oral microbiome. The research team will study unique plaque pathologies in relation to oral health status, examining microgravity's effects on biofilm formation and comparing responses to common oral care agents. Results could help Colgate-Palmolive develop more effective products for consumers on Earth. Each year, 25 million metric tons of cotton are grown around the world, and each kilogram requires thousands of liters of water to produce. In an effort to minimize water consumption used for cotton production, Target Corporation has funded a project from the University of Wisconsin to examine the response of cotton plants to the stress of microgravity and evaluate effects on growth and root behavior. This investigation seeks to better understand the genetics involved in root system development, which could lead to the production of cotton plants that use water more efficiently on Earth. The National Center for Advancing Translational Sciences, one of the 27 institutes and centers of the National Institutes of Health, continues to work with the ISS National Lab to fund projects as part of the Tissue Chips in Space initiative. Tissue chips contain human cells grown on an artificial scaffold to model the structure and function of human tissue. Using tissue chips in space, researchers can develop better models of disease and more accurately test potential new therapeutics for patients on Earth. This mission includes a tissue chips in space investigation from the University of Washington. The research team will use tissue chip systems to model the human kidney to better understand kidney stone formation, the body's use of vitamin D, and a condition in which a person's urine contains unusually high amounts of protein. Pharmaceutical giant Eli Lilly and Company has a history of sending research and development to the orbiting laboratory. On this mission, the company will launch an investigation to examine the effects of gravity on the physical state and properties of freeze-dried pharmaceutical products. Results could help Lilly improve the chemical and physical stability of pharmaceutical products for patients on Earth. The investigations launching on this mission aim to bring value to our nation and drive a robust, sustainable market in low Earth orbit. To learn more about all the payloads on this mission that are sponsored by the ISS National Lab, and to learn about current opportunities to become part of the space station research community, please visit issnationallab.org.
All right, so let's briefly go over the ISS National Lab portfolio. So you will see projects in a wide range of disciplines such as life sciences, physical sciences, remote sensing, and technology development. And you can see that the large percent of our portfolio are in life science sector. In fact, it's about 43%. So we have a good balance between commercial and academic or nonprofit representative, as you could see in the bar graph up there. 72% of new projects are from new to space investigators, including large multinational companies like Bristol Myers Squibb or GlaxoSmithKline and Adidas. So as you could see, and then you saw it in the video as well, that we have some partners that you may heard of, but don't necessarily associate with space, like Target Corporation or Delta Faucet, Goodyear Tire. And there are returning customers like the National Cancer Institute and Hewlett Packard Enterprise, who just sent a space-borne computer number 2. I think it was like in April and installed in May. And these companies are building on their past R&D success on board the ISS and coming back for more. So I would like to introduce 2 of my favorite experiments, and I think these are very classic and very illustrative of what kind of experiments going on in space. So the first one is by a pharmaceutical giant Merck. It's on the drug development. So there is a oncology cancer immunotherapy drug called Keytruda. This is a monoclonal antibody drug that's already in use in the United States. And so these monoclonal antibodies are not very soluble. So it makes it very difficult to achieve high concentrated formulation of the drug. So that means you need to produce the high quality of crystalline suspension of monoclonal antibody to and so currently it has to be injected intravenously at a hospital. So, and it takes several hours at the doctor's office or hospital. So, and if you were able to simply inject under the skin, that will save time and pain for a patient. So the goal here was to produce high-ordered uniform crystalline form to improve drug purification process, and as well as drug formulation and delivery. So they conducted this, I believe it was probably 4 or 5 years ago, and the samples that they got crystallized in microgravity contained a high-ordered uniform crystallized suspensions. So what that means is that this microgravity experiment answered basic science questions that can be applied to the formulation and drug development of this Keytruda. And now they are working on to manufacture more using the highly concentrated crystalline that was made in space, and make more of that available to soon be available in just injection instead of the intravenous administration. So the implication here is that there is a potential for doing this kind of experiments in space to improve the drug formulation and administration, and also a storage. And so all in all, it will reduce cost for patient and healthcare system and time, and improve the quality of life here on Earth for patients. The second one is by Orbit Fab, and I believe Jeremy from Orbit Fab will be speaking tomorrow. So Orbit Fab is bringing to market the first in-orbit supply of fuel. So they plan to pre-position small tankers in orbit and offer fuel to customers at significantly lower price than it would cost them to launch the same mass. So this would, of course, improve satellite asset utilization and enable new and improved space-based services for the benefit of consumers and business on Earth. So this experiment that they proposed first, the first set of the experiments was that verify the tank dynamics and provide data that's critical for modeling and design. So they have this kind of inflatable donut shape. Maybe you can think of it as a floating device in swimming pool. And then they wanted to fill the donut bladder like maybe third way up, halfway up, fully, and then spin it to see how that fluid behave inside the bladder, which is the critical component of their tanker design. But it was so simple, fundamental, yet critical to their business and their product development. But it was, again, simple, so that we were able to launch their experiment within 10 months from the time that I met the CEO. And I also like this project because not only it will help our lives here on Earth by resupplying the satellites, or otherwise it's going to become space junk, but also it's very forward-looking in a way to be. So these kind of technologies will be a fundamental in building a low Earth orbit economy. So last but not least, there are dozens of programs with Space Station Explorer Consortium, which we run, and they are all geared towards educating students, inspiring the next generation of space researchers and explorers. So one program that I would like to highlight here is called Tomato Sphere. It's very straightforward, as you can imagine. It's an award-winning, curriculum-driven free program that uses the excitement of space exploration to teach the skill and process of scientific experiments. So they were, it was done by the SEED Foundation and the ISS National Lab joint project to send tomato seeds to the ISS and bring them back to Earth, and then and distribute to classrooms all over the country. So more than 3.3 million students have participated since Tomatosphere have started in 2001. So space is still hard, and it takes village to send experiments to the ISS, but we are all here, that's my job, to help brilliant minds of this community to reach the higher potential. So as a part of such effort, we host our annual flagship conference called the ISS Research and Development Conference in partnership with NASA and American Astronautical Society. And that's coming up in August. We also host a number of workshops and seminars for specific topics throughout the year. So for example, as a part of ISS R&D conference, we had tissue engineering and regenerative medicine in space seminar series, as well as additive manufacturing and space workshops. So the recordings and reports are available on our website, and then we are planning more a webinar and seminar series. If you'd like to find out more, please join the newsletter, and then you can find out more. So these outreach activities are important because they accelerate the demand for ISS National Lab within industry, academia, and non-NASA government agencies, and both from potential users and from organizations interested in participating in the ISS National Lab. So bringing new and existing users to our partners such as NASA, service providers, and implementation partner with research capabilities, it encourages and enforces collaborative and supportive community. So with that, I would like to thank you all for listening, and please follow us on all the social media and visit our website to find out more. And thank you.
Thank you so much, Mickey. I think I'll put some of your Q&A into the panel so that we don't get behind here, but what an exciting morning of talks, some good variety. And now we're lucky enough to have some of our earlier speakers revisit Mickey Soda, Laura Forczyk, and Namrata Goswami. Thank you for sticking around for a little more discussion, all three of you. You've left us all wanting to hear more. I want to start again with a question I was going to ask Mickey and have you all kind of think about that a little bit. Mickey, I understand you work quite a bit on public-private partnerships. Is that accurate? You're on mute.
Sorry about that. So can you elaborate a little bit about on public-private partnership?
Just that it's a combination of funding sources and mechanisms that allow these experiments to take place.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah, so maybe I can share some examples. So we have a long history of working with National Institute of Health and National Science Foundations. So we have launched many different solicitations depending on a theme. So say with NIH, it came up in the video that we have a tissue chip experiments solicitation goes on. And for NSF, combustion and additive manufacturing, if I remember correctly, that one is it. So yeah, we have a mechanism to work with those institutions to help encourage researchers to send experiments in space.
Great. And Laura, did you want to, you've talked a little bit about it at a past event, but just talk about the role of public-private partnerships in the What's Going On segment that you provided as well.
There's a lot going on with public-private partnerships. It's a buzzword these days, but with good reason, because space traditionally has been government-run, government-operated, contracting to commercial companies, but it's government assets. And now it's more public-private partnerships where NASA is buying services. We saw this especially about a decade ago with the resupply missions to the International Space Station with what was then orbital ATK and now Northrop Grumman, as well as SpaceX. And then of course, SpaceX and Boeing with the Commercial Crew Program. And now with the human landing system with Artemis landing people on the moon, we see SpaceX and we see other competitors. Public-private partnerships, also with some of the other smaller smaller players with the CLIPS program, Commercial Lunar Payload Services, under the Artemis program as well. It's a future. It's where companies now have incentive to do their own thing, but also partner with NASA and NASA's goals. And not just NASA, I shouldn't say that, it's also the Defense Department as well. So there's a lot of funds to be gotten by both the private sector and investors and customers, as well as the government sector. And I don't want to dwell on it too much because I did talk about it a lot last time, but I think it's a trend that will continue.
That's great. And Nami, can you talk about that in the context of other governments and how they use public-private partnerships?
Sure, thank you. So I'll speak a bit about China since I have studied their private and public partnership. So since 2014, the State Council, which is the highest policy-making body under the Communist Party of China that sets policy for space as well, and which is implemented by the China National Space Administration, they came out with a document called Document 60, in which they prioritized the critical importance of partnering with China's private space startups so that they could meet some of the goals that President Xi had pointed out, most importantly, innovation that is based on the private sector. And since then, what you have seen, because of that policy direction, there has been an exponential growth of China's space private startup, to the fact that they have already launched orbitally. So iSpace is the first Chinese company to launch to orbit. And then this year, iSpace plans to launch a reusable, very small rocket. And then you had Link Space, which also demonstrated a very small experiment of a vertical lander, which went up about 30 meters and came down, but exhibited that capacity. And I'll finally say that what has that done in terms of China's capacity to catch up is that it has actually raised funds very quickly. For example, seed funding and other kinds of fund. And don't forget, they also subsidize their private sector with launches. So from zero in 2014, by 2016, they had already invested about $2 billion in their private space startup, which is a really large shift in terms of that sector.
Thank you. I'd like to come back for a minute to the Jeff Bezos question and have each of you weigh in a little bit on what you think, space, I think today has a very positive reputation. Everything's exciting. There are successes, and when there are failures, it's just a big explosion that's fun to watch on TV and nobody gets hurt. What happens to that climate first if Jeff goes and comes back and everything's great, thumbs up on the landing, versus if that doesn't go well? Does that create a ripple effect in the industry?
Yeah, I'll go first because this is something that we've been talking about for a while, especially with Virgin Galactic and their flights and their failures, and SpaceX with their missions, and especially that Demo 2 mission where we needed to prove that they could fly astronauts to the space station. And we've seen in the past that mission failures in the United States by NASA involving astronauts have put a freeze on the program for a year or two, or it's been not a good situation. There are government inquiries, there's questions about whether it's worth it. Astronauts will continuously say it's worth it. The people who sign up for these first flights are going to be well briefed on the risks. I'm sure Jeff Bezos knows as much as anybody what the risks are of flying his own vehicles, but that isn't to say that they're not professional astronauts. They're not, test pilots or the ways that we thought about astronauts in the past. They are paying passengers. Jeff Bezos's brother, who's I don't know his background, but he's not a test pilot, right? We don't really know how the market is going to react. We don't know how Congress is going to react. We don't really know how the competitors are going to suffer because it'll be a trickle-down effect, no doubt. Even though other companies aren't involved in an accident, they will still suffer by association. And we just don't know how it's going to be. So that's why I think it's really important that Jeff Bezos made this announcement that he is flying himself and he is flying with his dear brother, and that he feels it is safe enough to fly. There is currently a indemnification process right now where the FAA has said no expectation of safety really beyond like what you can sort of expect, but not really, not like aviation safety. That's not what we're seeing here today. We are seeing experimental flights, and Every person who flies is going to have to sign waivers. Same with that first commercial mission for SpaceX this year, Inspiration 4. Same kind of thing, even more dangerous, I would say, because they're going to be up there for longer in orbit. So it'll be interesting to see. It's inevitable that there will be an accident. I'm really hopeful it's not going to be this year, but it will happen. And we'll have to see how that market recovery works and what kind of government regulations, if any, are put in place after.
Thank you.
If I may join in that, say the rocket blowing up a very, big and shocking, and it's in a way spectacle. But at the same time, if you think about space travel as a whole, it's not just a launch. You have to actually get to the destination. And what are you going to do on Moon or Mars? How are you going to live? What if you get sick in the middle of the 6-month journey to Mars, right? So in a way, Apollo projects program was, I would just, it's lack of a better word, kind of suicidal, right? Like now you have to, if you were to send people back again, you really have to exploit all the knowledge that you gain from all the space-based experiments and Apollo program and other human research, and make sure that well-being and the concern of the well-being of astronauts, be it government astronaut or private astronaut, right? So I think that there are a lot to be done on ISS to understand more about biology, or even like the fuel example that I gave, the mechanics of it, the materials, what happens to sensors and components and exterior paints and important components for space travel. We have to test to make sure and then build the confidence that we can get there and we'll be okay and can survive and accomplish the mission and come back, right? So there are a lot of experimentation has to happen before we can safely say that we can send people back to Moon and beyond.
Yeah, Lee, if I may, I think if your question is what happens, let's hope everything goes well with the New Shepard. What happens if something goes wrong, God forbid? That will have a huge impact, especially for Blue Origin's reputation, because we already have SpaceX that has proven that capacity to the ISS. So I would say, first of all, because astronauts are very different from, say, infrastructure projects on Earth, where we lose many people when they build, for example, the Hoover Dam. I just visited it 2 years ago. The history tells you that people die when you build infrastructure. The Three Gorges Dam, or projects in India, where we have this huge societal implication. I think space is different, first of all, because the astronauts are treated differently. For example, say someone who's building infrastructure on Earth, they're very visible. And so then people dying, for example, with the shuttle had a deep impact in terms of psychology, because people relate to them differently. And I think if something goes wrong with the Blue Origin flight, that would mean that Blue Origin as a company would have to really work in terms of building a safe, secure transportation system and have to prove that they are reliable and credible, and it'll have an impact on how they are viewed. Not the larger, I mean, I wouldn't say that would have an impact on how SpaceX is viewed, because they have proven their capacity, but it'll have an impact on Blue Origin.
Thank you so much. I want to sort of combine thinking about the atmosphere for driving the growth in the industry right now. So it took Cold War competition to achieve our early milestones. Later, space shuttle, ISS, incredible models of international collaboration. And now we have both a couple of billionaires creating a capitalist space revolution and a communist power committing long-term to space infrastructure development. So you've got competition, you've got collaboration, you've got capitalism, and you've got communism, and they're all playing a part. Can each of you just talk just a little bit about how you rank those in terms of where we're headed and how it might look as we traverse this decade?
maybe I'll try to go first. The short answer is that all of the above, we all have to work together, but like, and I think how it will unfold, like, remain to be seen. But I think what I'm excited about is that there will be more commercial companies come into play, and yes, it's visible for SpaceX or Blue Origins and others. And it's great that those Bezos and Musk are trailing, blazing the trail. But I think there are more and more companies like that will come. And we've been seeing some startups like Orbit Fab and others, participate in the infrastructure part as well. But also, I think there will be more demand that we haven't seen yet to exploit what the space environment, right? So in other words, I feel that we've been focusing on infrastructure like rocket, satellite, ISS, and then we have access to space. It was expensive, and then it's too expensive, but like the price has come down, so it's a little bit more accessible. But as it becomes more and more accessible, we have to think about what are we going to do with that access in space that could be done in space that benefit our lives here on Earth, as well as advance, the LEO economy and to go beyond, right? So I think I started to see more conversation around what should we make that has value, that justifies the cost, or to be the sort of like an anchor tenant or seed for LEO economy to bloom, not just the satellite and telecommunication, but what else, right? So those are the conversations that I'm kind of tuning into, and there are commercial play, there's some government role too to regulate or have a policy, just the United States only or internationally, or each country, right? And so I think it will be interesting to follow how that would unfold.
I am an idealist at heart, and so I'm looking forward to a future of United Federation of Planets, and we're all one planet under one government and one body of human race. And I know that's not realistic in the short term or medium term, but that is where I hope that humanity goes, and that we can learn to work together, not necessarily as one unified body, but as one planet working together under many diverse peoples, many diverse cultures, many diverse governments. And so I understand right now that there's a lot of worry, maybe alarm, that there's this space race, and I don't use that word, but a lot of people do, about United States and China and the capitalist democracy versus the communists, and there's a lot right now, a lot of alarmists, and it actually is very similar to the whole United States and Soviet Union alarmist thing, with some good reason, sure, but it's one of those things where I agree, all of the above. I think we all need to work together, and there's no real reason to limit the kind of governments and the kind of countries and the kind of things that are happening in space. And in fact, we need to think of space as just one unified thing, and think of it more as opportunities. It is a place where we can do endless numbers of things, and we've imagined so many of them in sci-fi, right? So why limit that? I mean, sure, we want to maybe limit some of the negative things, and there have been some fantastic articles and publications recently about ethics and governance in maybe future space stations, future lunar bases, future Martian bases, how we want to govern those hopefully eventually self-sustaining peoples. But we're not there yet. And it's great to have those conversations. And I hope that we continue to have those conversations, but I don't see any reason to necessarily limit it at this time, because we're going to figure it out as we go along.
Yeah.
If I may build on what Laura said, that I think I wish the conversation to be mindful about inclusion, in a way that there are many countries that have very top-notch scientific and technological knowledge and talent and resources, that but don't necessarily have an access to space, or there are countries that could benefit more from having access to space or access to space assets or benefit of those space assets, right? But how can we elevate them as well? And I think space is unique in a way that, like the blue marble moment, like there is no boundary, and ISS is, magical. It took a lot for the 15 nations to come together to launch ISS. It's almost a miracle, right? But then I think there's everybody have this hope towards space and like one Earth that that kind of take away the boundary. So how can we take advantage of that power, the unifying power, to elevate everybody in here on Earth as well? Yeah.
Yeah, I have a little bit of a different take. So in a sense that we all want an ideal future where we can all collaborate and cooperate, and I do too. But if you look at the different articulations coming out of the space programs, including the US, China, India, Russia, Japan, they're very nationalistic goals. So they are about enhancing their own space capacity, not just in terms of space technology. So I think there are three conversations to be had at different levels. One is, of course, collaboration in terms of space technology, which is always welcome because that improves our understanding of a unique domain, as was mentioned. But then we cannot forget that space technology is also determined by the ideological goals and political goals that are set. For example, Americans take great pride in the fact that you are launching from American soil with Americans to the ISS. Russians take great pride in their own capacity. China, under President Xi, has articulated goals of becoming the lead nation in space by 2049 under President Xi's socialism under Chinese characteristics. And the goal is that by 2049, China should be at the lead role of building the influence mechanisms. So in that context, I would say that space continues to remain very competitive. And in my work, I have said that it's not the same competition as in the Cold War. People equate it with the Cold War. The Cold War was a very specific ideological race. Today, we are actually more in terms of who is going to become the lead economic power based on space support and space systems. And I'll finally add by saying that the COVID-19 pandemic was a great wake-up call for me, because we saw how nations became very nationalistic, vaccine nationalism, citizens vaccinated first and then the rest of the world, including in countries in the US was one of the lead actors in that conceptualization, including under the Biden administration, China, Russia, Europe. So you can see that human beings tend to be very inward looking when it comes to actually a competition for resources, vaccines being that case. So in that context, I would say that the reality of today is that space programs are still very nationalistic. The private sector under the Outer Space Treaty cannot but help work within state-funded space programs and the regulations set by the states, because the Outer Space Treaty does not recognize private sectors as independent entities. So we still have a lot of work to do in terms of legal mechanisms going forward as well. Thank you.
Yeah, it sounds like a long way to go yet in terms of the cultural approach, but a good history of initial collaboration and hopefully some growth in that direction into the future. You brought up regulatory frameworks. I think it would be good to just do a little foray there, just very briefly, maybe 30 seconds for each of you. And then a quick final question, and we'll move on to our next segment. So do you want to start, Nami, and just go a little bit more into the regulatory frameworks as we get more and more commercial activity? What happens to the international treaties that don't govern commercial activity? How does that work?
So I think in terms of the regulatory framework, we have international bodies like the Hague Space Resources Working Group, including the International Institute of Space Law, that has come up with guiding documents as to how are you going to regulate, for example, property rights, right? When we talk about establishing bases on the moon or extracting resources, one of the things that comes up is that the Outer Space Treaty does not allow a national claim of sovereignty. But then does it allow utilization? Because it uses the word utilization. So I think what is happening in the world today is that since the growth of the commercial sector and the desire to become spacefaring, or as you mentioned, doing something in space and using that for utilization, the space lawyers are actually working towards a manual that allows that without necessarily conflicting with the Outer Space Treaty legislation. The Artemis Accord, if you see the preamble, so the Accord has not yet been released in detail, we just have the preamble. So in the preamble, there is a statement saying that utilization of space resources is enabled by the Outer Space Treaty because it allows space utilization. Now, China is working on a national space law as well in terms of regulation. And in my conversations with one of China's leading space lawyer, Li Xiaoping, he mentioned that what would happen is that China might come up with a very similar legislation like the US Commercial Space Launch Competitive Act that would actually prioritize first come, first serve. So whoever gets somewhere first will have the entitlement in terms of extraction. So we are still dealing with that issue. Luxembourg also has a space mining law that enables private sector to take advantage of.
Great, thank you.
I agree that space resources is extremely important. And as a lunar scientist, I'm like so fascinated what's going to happen with that. Little closer to home, I think the regulations involving launch, end of life, and what to do about old satellites and who owns them and liability, and what to do about all the space debris and tracking, sharing of launches in the registration and how quickly and often it's shared, anything having to do with the space domain, making sure that we as a unified global body, whoever is launching that, every launching body, every launching country, every launching company, every individual that has something in space can account for it, finding ways to recover things that are dead or deorbit them. There's legal things that have to be worked out there. And then, of course, making sure that we don't have kinetic ASAT testing, which has been such a problem. The United States, China, India, and in some ways Russia have been really problematic in creating more debris than we already had up there with all the stuff that we launched. So I think that is going to be a major concern. And I don't know if we need necessarily regulations, but we certainly need to work together in making sure that we are more responsible with our global space environment.
Yeah, I don't have too much to add, but I just wanted to throw a commercial spin at it that we have to think about the intellectual properties that's created with the experiments done in space, or as we have more booming real economy and beyond, that becomes an issue. So I could see that the conversation going that way as well.
Thank you so much, Mickey, Nami, Laura. It's been enlightening. I really appreciate your time. Next, we're going to hear a quick featured member company for Foundation for the Future. Thank you so much. And then we'll visit with Emily Mishler in the Development Office for Foundation for the Future. And then we'll make another quick stop in Savannah, Georgia. So we have a featured member company today called LifeShip, and I'm going to do a quick sharing of my screen. Oh, hold on. Let me go into presentation mode here. Okay. All right, can you see my slides? All right, so this is a company that participated in our New Space Business Plan competition last month and has since become a member of Foundation for the Future. And we just wanted to highlight some of the interesting things. It's a little different take from most of the companies that we interact with on screen here. And so just wanted to share a little bit with you all. So LifeShip is a consumer space company on a grand mission to continue humanity. Where is my... They are sending DNA and ashes to the moon, and they start at just $99 to connect millions of people. to space. I think they mentioned that half of people interviewed or polled suggest that they would like to go to space themselves, and this is one way to accelerate that for the general public. There are over 2,000 existing customers on 2 upcoming lunar landers, and space has been inaccessible in the past, but now people can send a piece of themselves to the moon as part of a genetic record of humanity. So to learn more, you can reach out to Ben Haldeman. He's the CEO, just ben@lifeship.com. Thank you. All right. All right, and next I'd like to hand it over to Emily Mishler to tell us a little bit more about memberships. Good afternoon, Emily.
Hi, Lee. How are you?
I'm good, thank you. How are you?
Good. I love that lipstick.
Oh, thank you.
You're welcome. Well, it's a pleasure to meet you all and be here today. Lee, thank you so much for that generous introduction. As she mentioned, my name is Emily Mishler, and I'm over in the development department of the Foundation for the Future. My background is in the intersection of corporate philanthropy and creative solutions for revolutionary ideas. So nobody dreams in conventional thinking. It didn't get us to the moon, it doesn't ring the bell on Wall Street, and it certainly won't build a future beyond our world. Here at Foundation for the Future, we're activating and unleashing new possibilities. We're dreaming unconventional dreams, building never-before-seen infrastructure, and disrupting the status quo. This future that we're actively building in space and beyond is being built one relationship, conversation, and connection at a time. In order to continue this momentum in building and contributing to this caliber of event, conversation, and community, we need your help. Join us in a growing community of space and financial industry leaders, organizations, and educators, and students who are dedicated to building a solid foundation for the future in space through becoming a member. The Foundation has recently launched a corporate and individual membership program whose mission is to connect like-minded and passionate individuals who see the near-term potential in space. We're recruiting everyone from students to CEOs to join us in creating a dynamic ecosystem of young enthusiasts, investors, entrepreneurs, and larger industry partners inside or outside of the space industry. We welcome all who want to join and contribute to this urgent conversation, which impacts us all. The benefits are vast, comprehensive, and we're just getting started. More information is available on the Foundation's website, www.f4f.space/membership, or on the QR code on the screen. So consider this your official invitation to join us in making outer space accessible to all and building the future of our world and beyond. If you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out to us at Foundation for the Future. Our contact information and a link to get involved through membership is available at the QR code on the screen and is also available on the website. For those of you on the private meeting link, I'll stick around for a few minutes to answer my questions. And for those of you on the live stream, thank you for joining us. Thanks again for your support and tuning in. And now I'll hand the mic back over to Lee for our next segment.
Thank you so much, Emily. We think of everything in space as costing hundreds of millions to billions of dollars, but building a public-private partnership here on Earth to advance space infrastructure development takes small dollars as well as big ones. So thank you for the generosity of our partners, our supporters, and our audiences, some of whom even elected to pay the optional registration fee. Thank you to those. Next, we're going to visit Savannah again. Tim should be on location there, and excited to see where he has landed for this most recent visit. So Tim, are you on?
I am, yes. And you can tell I'm near the Port of Savannah by the fact that there is a ton of noise going on. And I wanted to echo what you were saying before I get into the stuff about on location, about how it costs a lot to launch a rocket into space, but it costs a lot less than it used to. And partnering together, it's no longer a situation where it's hundreds of millions or billions of dollars to make the change that we want to see, whether it's on Capitol Hill or in the broader space community. And so you're absolutely right, Lee, that even the people who paid the optional admissions fee are helping us as They offset the cost of events like this and give us the ability to go out on Capitol Hill and elsewhere to talk about the need for space infrastructure, the need for new financial tools, and the need to create space versions of Savannah. I'm right here at the Port of Savannah, and if you were here earlier this morning, I talked about how this port is actually a kind of big deal. Almost 15% of all container cargo goes through the port right behind me. We just had multiple ships come and go. If we had known the shipping schedule, we would have moved this segment a little bit. So then you wouldn't have been able to hear me at all. You just would have been able to see giant container ships moving behind me. But the point is, on the other side here is about 1.5 miles of Old Town Savannah with everything from taffy shops to JW Marriott's. And it coexists within 1 mile of the 4th largest container port in America. And it's able to do that because of a close and continuing cooperation between the Port of Savannah Authority and the city of Savannah and the Chatham County here to ensure that the sort of background work that is being done at the port is able to be done in such a way that not only enables the vibrant life here by infusing a sense of community and dollars, but also that it doesn't disrupt life. It doesn't need to be the sort of West Side Heights railroad tracks full of graffiti and gangs snapping their fingers. Now, there's fountains, there's paddle boats out here. This is not what you think of when you think port. And this is what we're talking to Congress and state legislatures about is, no, space infrastructure is not just shiny rockets going up. It's also the entire ecosystem around it, the trucks bringing the food to the workers, the trains hauling the cargo, the ships delivering the satellites. All of this is roped in and being used by a skilled, trained workforce. And so every bit as important as the concrete launch pad of a starship is the worker to make that happen. And one of the most exciting updates we have as part of our legislative effort is that last week we had the chairwoman of the House Defense Armed Services or Defense Appropriations Subcommittee reach out to us. She had seen one of our webinars, wanted to know more about what we were doing around workforce development and how that could fit with some of the legislation she's currently working on for the Defense Department's budget for next year. And so late last night, we were able to send in language to be inserted in the National Defense Authorization Act for fiscal year 22 that tells the DoD they are required to develop a task force consisting of civilian, military, government, and private experts on the need in the space community for trained workers at levels ranging from community and technical college up through the PhD level. And this is the first time something like this has ever been done. Traditionally, the space-related educational events are promoting STEM education, and that's a fantastic initiative that needs to continue. And whenever we talk about it, we reinforce, look, anything we're talking about related to workforce should be additive, not subtractive. And so now there is an opportunity that if this language persists through the amendment process and to ultimate passage, we will be able to work with the Space Force, DoD, Department of Labor, Department of Commerce, and others inside and outside government to craft a national strategy for skilled workforce development for the space community. And that's an exciting thing to be able to update you all on and show the impact that we are able to have because of support from partners like you. Other updates on the legislative front include calls and meetings with top appropriators and commerce committee heads, both in various Senate appropriations and science and tech committees, but also interested staff who watched the last Conversations for the Future or saw our infrastructure webinar and saw the breadth of knowledge of the experts who are here. And some of you are back again for this event. And the response has consistently been, my God, if you were able to get insert person here, you must be really doing something important. And so not only are we able to do what we're doing because of support from members, I sound like a PBS commercial here, support from members like you, but also because of the experts who have agreed to give their time, give their expertise, and participate and give presentations, be on panels. Your presence here signals the level of need, the gravity of the situation, and shows the federal government and state governments that we talk to that the space community really is united around a handful of key concepts related to increasing access for all, creating a sustainable and equitable path for employment and economic opportunity. But no doubt there will continue to be competition with Elon Musk tweeting snide comments when Jeff Bezos goes to space. But the rest of the community remains cohesive and united around these sort of foundational concepts that drive our industry forward. And it's an exciting thing to be able to participate in. The last thing I wanted to sort of give an update on is our open letter to Congress. Many of you over the past month or so may have been contacted or otherwise heard about our open letter to Congress indicating that as Congress and the new administration looks at infrastructure investments for the 21st century, as they review trillions of dollars of proposals to refurbish ports like Savannah, bridges and airports, that they not lose sight of the fact that the 21st century will be in space. We don't need to not fix our existing infrastructure, but we can't neglect what will drive decades of economic growth, technological development, and ultimately, as Laura says, and I hope she is right, a more peaceful and united world that has come together as we look down and marvel at this pale blue dot that we're all racing through the cosmos in. And so it's exciting to be able to drive that conversation forward with Congress. And we look forward to being able to do more with the help of, as I said before, viewers like you. Lee, Lila, did I miss anything? I'm blind right now. The sun is in my eyes. And so I'm wearing my RoboCop glasses, but that means I cannot see anyone. I feel like I should pretend like I've disconnected. It just got awkward. All right. If there is nothing else, I will yield the balance of my time if I have any. Do I have any?
Let's see. So you do have an additional 3 or 4 minutes if you'd like to use it.
I always like using additional minutes. So I do want to take some time here and find out, and this is something that I would love for you all over the next couple days to be considering as you're going about listening, presenting, and the like. Look at Savannah, look at Georgia writ large. They are trying to build a spaceport here, but look at the population, look at who you know from Georgia, or do a quick research on the demographic statistics. And think about, how can Georgia be a player in the logistical integration of the space economy? We already don't associate Savannah with a massive transportation network hauling cargo. And so what's to stop them from not being thought of until they already are, being a player in the space economy, whether it's because of their proximity to Florida and a tie-in to the international intermodal transportation network, or just because of the unique blend of workforce that they have that spans both the creative class with the Savannah College of Art and Design through manufacturing at the Gulfstream factory here. How can those workers, how can this community play? How can they participate in a greater way? And so I would challenge all of us to be thinking of that and asking the speakers if you don't hear that addressed. And there we go. That, I think, is all.
Thank you so much, Tim. Looks like a lovely day out there. Glad you're on the ground and have some good meetings coming up. Next, we're going to try something a little new. We have one of our most anticipated speakers, Raphael Roettgen, in a few minutes. But first, the next 10 minutes, we're going to have a little networking break called Conversations at the Water Cooler. I'll ask a few audience questions, and you can raise your hands to respond. We'll have to unmute you, and that's someone else behind the scenes, so please be patient with us as we experiment with this new format. If you'd rather grab a sandwich or let the dog out or stretch your legs, those are all great uses of this short break in programming as well. So I wonder if anyone would like to talk about what they liked about this morning's talks. Any volunteers to be unmuted? Well, how about you, Adrian? Let's see. Terry or Katrina, would you like to weigh in?
Was just noting slightly sarcastically, gee, no one raises their hand for what they'd like for this morning's talks. That says something.
Okay.
I couldn't find my hand to raise.
Go for it, Kevin.
I was like, where in the interface? I used to know where it was.
Oh, yes. So there is a button
where?
In reactions. Sorry about that.
That's right. I looked there.
There's a reaction button with an emoji, and raise a hand is one of the options there.
Oh, right. And it's the
to everyone.
Sorry. Okay. It was hiding. Okay. I love this morning. Let me just tell you. I really loved specifically, I liked all of the presenters, but one that was very near and dear to my heart, and I think I took a screenshot of every slide for reference notes, was, of course, the capacity planning around the supply chain and the SIM tool. That is very near and dear to something I'm interested in working on, not from the supply chain, as I'm focused on the behavioral. I mean, everyone's obviously focused on infrastructure, hardware, and software, but as we all know, if your brain goes in space, all the hardware and software in the world is not going to help you. So modeling those kinds of nodes and edges in a network is very, very important to make sure that they have all the resources they need. But you
Tell us
also,
what you do, Kevin.
I'm a technologist, a creative technologist, and I'm very interested in what would be called space health, and particularly I'm on one of the work task force for the Overview Roundtable Network, looking at the psychology aspect. I'm not trained in psychology. I'm more interested in medical simulation aspects of crew health for isolation and loneliness, but specifically those aspects that when you leave Earth, what will happen to you, and the kinds of risk mitigation services that need to be in place for team performance and cohesion and good collaboration. So those are the areas I'm very interested in providing services to. So that sim tool was very near and dear to my heart, as it mathematically quantifies a lot of the same kinds of issues you have to deal with. So that's
Great.
it.
Thank you, Kevin. These talks will actually be available on our YouTube channel, certainly the full day of programming. And so you can go back and watch that. If anybody else didn't get all the screen grabs they wanted from the various talks, you can go back and listen to them again. Anyone else want to talk about what they liked about this morning's talks? Darren, Leo, can you unmute Darren, please? Hey,
Hi, I figured that if everybody else was too scared in order to speak up and mention something, I would at least chime in and at least offer some positivity and commentary. It's like I personally enjoyed the diverse variety of speakers. Essentially, you had representation from like the space station perspective. You had the logistics aspect of things. You had the academic perspectives as well. So I mean, essentially was a wide variety that kind of covered it was several highlighted issues, just kind of all in a generalized yet informative way.
Great,
So,
great. Appreciate that. And what do you do, Darren?
it's a myriad of things. I frequently coordinate with all sorts of like various other events of along the same topic, and involved essentially developing my own startup effort, as well as which is kind of one of those emerging things that I is really just kind of ambiguous at the moment. So for I mean, good reasons, but at the same point in time, it's just kind of an exciting time for me to get involved as well. And so interacting with people beyond like Yuri's Night events, definitely during the period of time of COVID, and it's like conventions. It's kind of a fantastic opportunity to kind of learn more and network and engage more with the community. So
Great. Yeah, so tomorrow morning there'll be a quick recap of our new space business plan competition that we had last month, as well as a plug for the one that will happen at our August event. So if you have a new startup that's just getting its feet under it, and you'd like some coaching on that, as well as the chance to win a little cash for your business, certainly tune in tomorrow morning to learn more about that, Darren.
yeah, always interesting. And like I said, more than likely is we'll definitely be tuning in.
Great.
Take care.
All right. Thank you. Anyone else want to introduce themselves and say hello? All right. So what about any programming that you are excited about for the rest of the day, or would like to see going forward in our programs? All right, we have a quiet bunch. I
Okay.
guess oh, go ahead, Kevin.
So one of the things I find really lovely about these meetings is their incredible breadth and usefulness of what's actually happening at the policy level. And I noticed last night, and I forget her last name, but I follow her on Twitter, updated the current state of policy initiatives regarding NASA. And obviously it was very much of a US centric what's happening, who's signing what, whose name is against what. And I know that that's part of what the Space Corporation Act is moving forward. And we see that at the bottom of Tim's emails. It would be great during these chats, and maybe that would be something Laura would do because she was kind of what's going on. If we can watch an interactive scoreboard of it moving through and who signed what when, and how it maybe aligns, if you were to think of a nodal network like we saw this morning in the simulation of these things are connected to these things or these proponents, that would be great. And similarly, we had other views of what's happening in China and India. Now, we don't actually generally, in all the space news I read, get the same, these are the representatives, these are the names of the bills moving through India, China, the UK, France, etc. Having a global view of, but at a very, not too specific, but just having a view of the timelines of when those players, participants, allies, if we think of it like that, would be making certain decision go, no goes. Just being able to fly through that would be a wonderful resource.
Yeah.
So last night's thing was just got me thinking about that. And I know that you're all moving that Space Corporation Act and who's signing and who's going to take a meeting. And I know it's so dynamic, who's got a time for that, but it's just an idea. That's it.
That is a great idea with, the last update I had seen where there were 80 senators and Congress people who were on board. And today I learned there were 100. And so the acceleration going on there is impressive. And I think you're right that having some sort of scoreboard or Gantt chart would be really fun to see. Adrian, you popped up your hand as well. Hey, Bob.
So just a specific question, increase in a number of launches and number of satellites being launched. I'm noting that the U.S. already has a JSPOC or now CSPOC and generally a centralized tracking facility. I'm wondering what the odds are of, over time, say sometime over the next decade, the U.S. formally moving more and more towards any U.S. launcher or any U.S. company putting something in space has to register with the central entity which will perform debris analysis on behalf of the proposed launcher to make sure that it's going to be free of collision. Again, the U.S. is already providing centralized tracking, and I know there was recently a legislative opinion that the debris analysis software, and it's specifically that keyword, debris analysis software put up by NASA, is freely available, which means that the legislative analysis determined that requiring this analysis wouldn't impose a significant extra cost.
Mm-hmm.
on various small entities, and that's why the small entities were required to put forth some sort of debris analysis. So I'm just wondering how long, or if it's likely that the U.S. centralizes that facility to the government and it performs the analysis on behalf of U.S. and then U.S. allied launchers, until eventually you have this general government-run central space database.
Yeah, I think that reminds me a little bit of my background in oil and gas, where you end up, when you drill a well, you own that well and you have to plug and abandon it when it's done producing. You can't just leave it, there the way we seem to be allowed to with space debris. And the problem with the regulation in oil and gas has been that there's local regulation, sometimes city, sometimes county, then there's state level legislation, and then more recently, just an increase in federal legislation. And all of those things get confused and sometimes are in conflict. And I think as the space debris conversation evolves and the need to do something about it really becomes more and more urgent, you're going to end up finding that that's the case and have to work through all those stacked regulatory environments again. So really good point. Terry, did you want to say a word about that before we move on to our next segment? Terry Trevino? No, he must be letting the dog out. I think Bob Jenkins raised a hand. Are you still on, Bob?
Can you hear me, Lee?
Yes.
Yeah. So for the previous gentleman that had the recommendation for changes to programming, I am going to. I don't know his name. I think you knew him.
Kevin
So I'm
Russell.
Bob. I'm Bob Jenkins. My email address is bob@4f. F4f. Bob@f4f. So please send me that question in the email, and I'll show you what we have already.
Great.
Bye. I'll type that as well.
Okay.
All right. Thank you.
There we go. All right. Well, it was a slow start, but we had some good participation. I'll sleep on whether we'll try that again tomorrow. And let's see, let's move on to our next thing. So here comes a little bit in the chat here for the next soundtrack that you can play in your own home if you'd like. All right, so debuting today is Space Money, where we talk to investors, CFOs, economists, analysts, and other space money experts. And while we're thinking about money and talking about money, keep in mind that Foundation for the Future is the only nonpartisan organization advocating for financial tools that will make getting capital for space infrastructure easier. To support our work on the Space Corporation Act that you've heard about today, or if you're just enjoying the programming, please join our growing community of members at www.f4f.space. That's the number 4. Our very first guest on Space Money is Raphael Roettgen. He is the managing partner of E2MC Ventures, a space-focused venture capital firm. He is also the author of Hoch hinaus, an introductory book on space business, a lecturer on space entrepreneurship at several universities, the host of the Space Business Podcast, a good one to put on your list, by the way, a contributing editor of spacewatch.global, and a venture partner of Space for Impact. He's kind of a busy guy. Previously, Raphael held senior roles at global investment banks and hedge funds, and was also a fintech entrepreneur in Brazil. He holds degrees in finance from Wharton, shout out, machine learning from PUC Rio, and space studies from the International Space University, where he is also a governing member. Raphael, the screen is yours.
Well, thanks, Lee, and very nice pronunciation on the German Hoch hinaus there. I'm impressed.
3 years in high school.
There you go. I hope I don't have to say space money every time I say the word money. So
I'll do that for you.
Touch there as well. Okay, well, I guess let me share my screen, and it's nice to see everybody here, and I see quite a few friends and participants as well, which is nice, and increases the pressure, obviously. Okay. So I hope you can see my screen. Okay, space money. What's happening here? I'm going to skip over that because Lee, you've done a really great job with the introduction. So you've actually already mentioned everything on here. So we're going to talk about space money, and this is a lot of space cash, guys, and there's a lot of space cash right now. So think of all the things we can do with that. Okay, just quickly reviewing the sources of available funding, and there's probably no big surprises here. I mean, you basically can classify, very broadly speaking, into public funding sources and private funding sources. Of course, on the public side, we have the space agencies. We have very important in some countries, including the US, of course, the military and the intelligence community through various entities. We have development agencies, which we obviously like, sometimes academic institutions, and they can provide funding in all sorts of forms, grants, so non-dilutive money, equity, debt, contracts and so forth. And of course, on the private side, we have angel funding, very important for early stage companies. We have professional venture capital funds. We sometimes attach to companies when we call them CVCs, corporate venture capital. We have other financial institutions which are increasingly coming into the space sector as well, and especially in the later stage round. What I mean by that is, it's traditional asset management companies and larger private equity funds, hedge funds. I mean, we've seen a lot of that in, for example, in the so-called pipes for the SPAC transactions, and also in some of the larger, Series B, Series C, and so forth financing rounds. So I'm sure many people will have seen today's announcement of a $650 million round for Relativity, led by Fidelity, and that's jointly with some other large funds, and that's a prime example of sort of other institutional investors coming increasingly in the space sector. And then lastly, we have the public markets, so listed space companies raising money on the stock exchange, and of course here the interesting trend, which we'll come to talk about in a few pages onwards, is the SPAC transactions, the special purpose acquisition companies. And again, that money come in many different ways. Often it's just equity. At the earlier stage, it's often convertible, so what's called SAFEs. It can be debt. That's actually also becoming increasingly common, especially for later stage companies. And then some other forms of financing, like even things like factoring. I just realized one thing I didn't put on here. It's sort of implicit in angel/venture capital, but it's very interesting, is crowdfunding. And a shout out to our friends at Spaced Ventures, which is a space specialized crowdfunding platform where I have the pleasure of being on the investment committee, and that's formally launching later this month. Okay, quickly running through of how some of these investors can be characterized, and again, there's probably nothing very surprising here. So if you kind of start very early on with friends and family, they would typically invest pre-seed, and typically they don't know a lot about space. I mean, they invest in you because you're a relative, or they believe in you, you're a friend, and that's why it's called friends and family. Everybody else, incubator, angels, VCs, corporates, the level of space knowledge can actually vary a lot. Sometimes people are very knowledgeable about space, and sometimes they're actually not knowledgeable about space, and they rely on other co-investors or outsourced due diligence or a combination thereof. Let's go actually talk about specific activity in space financing. And here is sort of the top rounds year to date. Year to date, I should say, through the end of May. So May 31st. This is why you don't see Relativity on here, which is otherwise would be the third largest financing round for $650 million, again, announced today. So you can see here, this is the top 16. SpaceX, I'm sure this is actually not going to be the last round this year, but 1.1 billion. And then a few things to note about this list. I mean, if you have been following the whole SPAC trend, again, the mergers between special purpose acquisition companies and space companies, you see a lot of them on here, especially the larger ones. So Rocket Lab, Black Sky, Astra, Spire, Arkit, Redwire, they're all SPAC transactions. Nevertheless, so they've contributed a lot of money to the space sector. A lot of money has flown into the space sector via SPACs, and we'll see that in a second. But we also have some larger, quote unquote, traditional rounds, as you can see here. And OneWeb has done a couple of rounds already this year, and also large rounds. Again, Relativity today, but we had one by another launch company, AVL Space, a couple of months ago, 170 million. And then Firefly, yet another launch company, 75 million. What's interesting, this year-to-date list, and I kind of think and hope this is going to change, it's very US and UK heavy year-to-date. So at least looking back last year, there would have been like a few more international companies in here as well, like Asian companies. We had quite a bit of activity in China last year, and then even some companies in continental Europe, which is completely absent in this list of top financing rounds here at the moment. Okay, so just to illustrate this a little bit further, so on the left side here, you have a graph illustrating the increase in private financing of the space sector. So this is, again, angels, venture capital, and so forth. And the bar chart here is basically showing you the number of financing rounds. And you can see there has been, quite a nice growth over the last 10 years. 2020, for some reason, is missing here, but it's actually held up really quite well despite COVID. And if you look at the total value, it's been over $5 billion raised in 2020. And again, despite COVID. And by the way, you will see different numbers out there. You will see numbers as high as above 8 billion of private financing for space companies last year. And a very simple reason for that is that there is no sort of commonly accepted definition of what a space company is. And some people kind of put in certain things that other people don't put in. It's sort of like, what do you consider a space company? Like, how closely connected does it have to be to space? Or is it something that, for example, uses satellite navigation and hence it's still a space company? But this is why you see differing numbers. But I think the sort of the range would be last year 5 to 8 billion. So quite a lot of money. Now, on the right side, you have the SPACs and sort of, I would say, the recently announced SPACs. Because if you were to put a complete list of SPAC mergers with space companies, you would put in things like Iridium, when it came back to the stock exchange, actually was via SPAC transactions many years ago. And so I start here in just to draw the line somewhere with the Virgin Galactic merger with Social Capital in the summer of 2019. And then starting in the fall last year, as I'm sure many of you have accompanied, you had sort of a quick succession of, quite a few more mergers of SPACs and space companies. And if you look at this list, this has raised another, over $4.5 billion for space companies. This is making certain assumptions, specifically that basically they get all of the cash that's in trust at the SPAC and all of the what we call the pipe financing, and that there's no redemptions. So this is a best case scenario, just to point this out. But still, $4.5 billion, this is a lot of money, right? I mean, you can see if you compare it to the number of the left, this has been a significant driver of additional inflow of financing into the space sector. And I always like to say that, the SPAC activity is, I think it's fair to say, is seen as controversial for certain reasons. But one thing it has done for sure is it has materially, I think, accelerated the inflow of capital, of investment capital in the space sector. And, and I think it's a good thing because it helps us build out the, the basic infrastructure and the basic space economy. Just to go a little bit into statistics for space financing, this is now on the private side over the last 10 years, because I think it's interesting just to see some of it. If you look at it by geography, probably unsurprisingly, the majority of the activity, well, about half the activity, looking by value or looking by number of rounds, has been in the US, and then in certain other key countries. I should make the caveat here, this doesn't include China, because the numbers historically haven't been entirely reliable, I think. So China is clearly missing here, but you see the US, the UK, some of the key European countries. And this is 2009 to 2019, but if you were to add on 2020, it actually would not change a lot. If you look at it by subsector, and this is sort of the activity, the main types of activity used in space, like satellite communications, remote sensing, and just hardware. If you look at by number of rounds, so this is on the left, probably unsurprisingly, remote sensing DS means downstream. So this is people who do not actually have hardware in space. They're just analyzing satellite data, right? This is the largest number of rounds. And to some extent, it makes sense because they're often smaller rounds because these companies are less capital intensive, right? Because they don't have hardware. If you look on the other side, on the right-hand side, by value of rounds, again, probably unsurprisingly, satellite communications, remote sensing, so with upstream remote sensing and launch are leading because that's where you put hardware in space and it can be very expensive. Diversified here is basically a category for SpaceX because it's obviously at this point in time a launch and a satellite communications company. Okay, so looking a little bit further at space companies in the public equity markets, and this is basically a space index we've created in-house. This is only looking at North American, well, mostly US companies. I mean, we could look at some international companies as well. There are some listed space companies in Europe and even in Asia. But just to kind of keep it a little bit cleaner in terms of the currency conversions and everything, this is substantially the US. So this index includes it does include all of the SPACs that have announced mergers with space companies or have concluded them, like Virgin Galactic and AST and Science have already concluded their transactions, right? But it does also include companies like, for example, Viasat, or even here is still included Orbcomm, which obviously is being sold, and Aerojet Rocketdyne, which is being sold. EchoStar and Kratos and a few other companies like that. And we really see that sort of, and if some of you have invested in the public markets in space companies, you probably felt that firsthand. At sort of end of last year, this really started to take off, and it was everything. It wasn't only the SPAC stocks, those two, but also stocks like, for example, like I mentioned, Viasat experienced large price increases. The blue squares on here is dates when there were SPAC mergers with space companies announced on those dates. And the green dot here in January 2021, that was the announcement of the ARK Space ETF. So Kathy Wood, ARK Investment Management, obviously a very, very prominent investment management firm these days, focused on emerging technologies. They announced the filing. They filed for the ETF on that date in January, and every space-related stock popped 10, 15, 20% on that day. And then you have this graph sort of peaking out in, well, sometime around February. And what happened then is basically, especially a lot of the SPACs, so the SPACs that have announced mergers with space companies had traded up a lot, started coming back a lot. I mean, you had some SPACs. SPACs basically always get IPO'd, also get listed at $10. And you had some SPACs which traded up to even the high 20s from memory. And whereas now, actually, most of them have traded back close to $10, as people are much more cautious about the perspectives, questioning the forecasts, and have cooled down a lot on, at least for the time being, on these transactions. This is basically the same graph, just overlaying as a reference the NASDAQ in blue and then the S&P in green. It's kind of funny. It's almost like space was trading more with the S&P, and then again, sometime last year, decided, well, wow, it's space. We're like we're high tech. We should actually be joining NASDAQ, and then for a while exceeded the NASDAQ, and now came back to trade closer with NASDAQ. I didn't put it in here because, I mean, I think it probably is too much detail, but we're doing things like running beta analysis, or what's called beta analysis as well, for you who are more familiar with corporate finance. And basically, you can see that there is a reasonable amount of correlation between this space index and NASDAQ. Okay, I also thought it'd be interesting to talk about. Actually, let me go back. One thing I forgot to mention here: I did put in NASDAQ and S&P 500. I could have put another graph talking about ETFs, and I will talk about this in a couple of minutes. But there's also space specialized exchange traded funds, ETFs, which mean to track the space sector. And I have one of those I already mentioned, which was the one announced by ARK Investment Management in January. But there's also another couple. One called, it's the very nice ticker symbol UFO, and the other one has a ticker symbol ROKT. And if I had put this graph, you would actually see that it's trading basically in the middle of these lines. It's trading below our constructed space index, but it's trading above the S&P. Okay, I thought when we talk about space money and investment in space, it was interesting to have one page where we talk about challenges of investing in space, which we still see a lot. And again, my main day job is running a early stage space venture fund, and so we're talking to our investors all the time and to potential investors, and so we get the feedback about how they think about the space sector. And so some of the the feedback and the messages we get are basically on this page. I mean, it's I think rightfully considered a deep tech sector, and that just intimidates some people. That's good and bad, right? Because that's a selling argument for us, because we're like, well, it's a deep tech sector, respect that, you shouldn't try to do it yourself, you should outsource it to specialist investors like us. But of course, some people will shy away completely, in the same way that some people don't invest in biotech because they just think they don't understand what's going on. The next couple of points are related, and they're probably obvious to everybody on this call. It's at least some of the activities in space. Again, generally speaking, anything where you put hardware in space is very high. It's very capital intensive. I mean, probably every rocket company out there has spent at least a few $100 million to get to, well, even close to orbit, sometimes even not yet to orbit. And the same thing, for example, like satellite constellations, any sizable satellite constellations, you can quickly run into the hundreds of millions of dollars as well. And then, of course, the third point related to that, in those hardware heavy models, there's typically a lead time of at least a few years until you start generating revenues. And again, there's a flip side to that, in that, if you go through that, ideally you have built up a moat and a defensible position, but again, not all investors are comfortable with that. There is a class of investors who just prefer something where the revenue is around the corner, there's better visibility, it's shorter timeframes. The fourth bullet points, this used to be a very frequent bullet point in the past, the sort of people complaining about a lack of exits of space companies, so space ventures that have come to fruition in some way in terms of being acquired or IPOing or listing. Now, arguably that obviously now has gotten better, in large part due to the SPACs, right? Again, you've seen on the other page there have been 8 SPAC transactions, and if those all go through, and then there's typically a lockup period of six months or 12 months, and they trade well, then this is going to provide the investors with exits. I think it's still too early to say what's going to happen, but I think that generally speaking, the trend seems cautiously positive. There's more exits, and by the way, it's not. I keep mentioning the SPACs, but it's not only the SPACs, right? We have M&A transactions as well. Again, I mentioned Aerojet Rocketdyne was sold to Lockheed, and Orbcomm was sold to our private equity group, and there have been other exits of smaller companies, Blue Canyon to Raytheon, and there's actually quite a bit of M&A activity in the space sector as well. So I think this exit point, it is slowly getting resolved. My standard comeback to that also, when investors still complain about it also, is that I still believe that in this latest reincarnation of space, that we're very early on still, and it's completely natural that we don't see a lot of exits yet. If we compare a lot to the internet in the mid-90s, and you didn't really have a lot of internet exits in the mid-90s, it just takes a certain amount of time. If anything, you expect failures before you expect more exits. And then the last point here, I have to explain a little bit, increasing overlap with other sectors. What do I mean by that? So at E2MC, my firm, we kind of roughly divide the space investment universe in 2 categories. One is actual real, quote unquote, real space companies that sort of enable going to space or some activity in space. So like launch companies, satellite integrators, Axiom doing a space station, things like that. But there's now an increasing class of companies that actually leverage space technology to do something else, and typically to do something interesting on Earth. So think, for example, Earth observation companies, and it may be just downstream companies that serve the agriculture sector or that serve the insurance sector. And I think some of these use cases are among the most interesting, but of course the challenge in there is that it's not enough to be a space expert anymore. You actually need to understand the other side as well. And arguably often you need to understand the other side even better. So we're thinking a lot about that because we're seeing a lot of interesting opportunity. Internally, we're solving that by partnering with specialist investors from agriculture, fintech, and so forth. But I think it's something that's increasingly becoming apparent that people will have to think about. Just quickly talking about if people want to invest in space, and again, nothing here is, of course, investment advice, but what are the key ways that you can invest in space? The private markets, you can be an angel. So that typically you would have to be an accredited investor, but then you have the second option, the crowdfunding. And again, I mentioned Space Ventures, and there's other platform, but I think that's an interesting way where people who are not accredited investors can invest in space companies. And of course, you can become a limited partner and investor in a specialized VC fund like ourselves, like Seraphim, like Space Fund, like Starbridge and others as well. Then again, you typically have to be an accredited investors. And then in the public markets, you can invest directly in space stocks like the ones I mentioned, or in one of those exchange traded funds like the one by ARK Investment Management or the UFO one. And I'll stop here to leave some time for questions.
Great, thank you so much, Raphael. You covered so many different little pieces, and I want to dig in just a little more to a few of those. You mentioned exits and talked a little bit about some examples there. And yesterday, Space News had a new one that Apollo Fusion is getting acquired by Astra. That was new to me anyway. And just curious, normally when there's this huge proliferation of startups in an industry in a given amount of time, there's somewhere down the road that there'll be a consolidation going on in the industry, like a feverish consolidation. What do you think about vertical integration? When do you see the larger wave of consolidations happening? And sort of how do you see that playing out?
Yeah, I think this is a very good question, Lee, and let me answer that in several ways. So one, starting with the example you mentioned, which was Astra acquiring or announcing the acquisition of Apollo Fusion. And that is something we actually expect more of, in the sense that this is one of the companies, Astra, that basically has gone, or is going through, I should say, a SPAC transaction, right? So they're getting, the number is somewhere on the page, I forget it now, but they're getting like a significant amount of additional funding, hundreds of millions of dollars through the SPAC transaction. We absolutely expect that many of these space companies which have raised these significant amounts through SPAC transactions will partially deploy them towards add-on acquisitions. In fact, it's something we hope and even bet on in terms of like some of the things we invest in, that they might end up being acquired by, you know, some of these space companies that are going through SPAC mergers and using the cash towards add-on acquisitions. Another sort of aspect of consolidation is, and I mentioned as an example, you know, Raytheon acquiring Blue Canyon and Lockheed acquiring Aerojet Rocketdyne. Well, the latter is probably not the best example, but what I was going to say is established large aerospace companies like, you know, Boeing or Lockheed or Raytheon or Honeywell or whoever in the US, or Airbus or Thales Alenia in Europe. I think all of them are currently going through sort of a strategic thinking of like, well, how do they have to reposition their product portfolio, and how to ensure that they're also profitably going to be able to take part in this like whole new space thing.
Yes.
And that I think will also generate some add-on acquisitions, as some of the large aerospace companies, the majors, will probably rightfully decide, well, we shouldn't try to do this in-house because for cultural reasons or other reasons we can't do that. Let's just acquire those guys.
Yeah.
I think we'll see a lot of that as well.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. It's kind of like when Exxon acquired XTO, and sort of rather than trying to develop new skills in-house with shifts in the industry, you had just acquisition by the largest companies who had plenty of cash on hand of people who knew how to do the new things that were going on. So that makes a lot of sense to me.
We see it in many industries, right? Like large financial institutions acquiring fintech companies, large pharma companies acquiring biotech companies. It's actually a relatively common thing.
Do you think that the space money community is generally making good decisions about investment criteria? I mean, you've got to have that balance. Are some of the companies who are investing in those top categories on your lists, are they also putting a little bit of capital at risk, or are these completely different investors investing in those two? So one will be low risk and very profitable, and the other just throws it all away. Do you think we're making good decisions?
Yeah, time will tell, right? A couple of comments on that, I guess. I think what you just called the space money community, I think it's way too small. I mean, the specialized space money community. Yeah. I really hope we're going to get. I mean, it sounds funny, right? Because it sounds like I want more competition, but I don't see it as competition, because as everybody on this call probably, I hope that space will really grow a lot, and then there's not going to be a shortage of opportunities. We actually need much more venture capital. And I do think that space, like I said, is a deep tech sector, and it merits some respect. We compare it to things like biotech. And so we wish there was more specialist investors, which then can also, you know, give comfort and help out generalist investors to come in. Because what we all don't want to happen is that this goes into some sort of like frenzy or hype, and then there's going to be like capital misallocated. Because, you know, then if you get too many disasters, obviously, right, then people could get put off for a little while, and we obviously don't want that.
Great answers. Raphael, it has been a pleasure to have you on. Hope you'll join us again sometime.
Sure. It's been my pleasure.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dan Lev. He earned his PhD from Princeton University in 2012, where he worked on high-power plasma thrusters. He is currently with Raphael in Israel, where he conducts research and develops plasma propulsion systems, some of which are currently operating in space. Dan, the screen is yours. I think you might be muted, Dan. Let me look at, We can see your slides. Do we need to unmute Dan?
How about now?
There we go.
Perfect. Okay, it didn't work out for a sec. So thank you very much for the nice introduction. Do you see the slide?
Yes, sir.
Perfect. Okay. So my name is Dan Lev, and I'm with Raphael, Israel. I'm speaking from Israel right now. And I'll talk a little bit about plasma propulsion, and specifically not only plasma propulsion, but where it would take us in the next 5 to 10 years and how it will benefit us as the public, as society. So it's going slowly. Just a sec. There you go. So spacecraft in space need to maneuver. They need to move. If a spacecraft doesn't have any means of propulsion or any source of momentum, it is just a rock in space. It follows the basic orbital mechanic equations, and there's nothing we can do with it. So we cannot move it from side to side. We won't be able to, let's say, keep it in orbit, change orbits, and so on. So there's a great need for a spacecraft to move in space, and over time the requirements are increasing and increasing towards being able to move the spacecraft in space, being able to deorbit the spacecraft at the end of life. Actually, if we go through the different normal or different common applications of propulsion systems in space, we have everything from geostation keeping to orbital changing. Okay, so let's say we launch a spacecraft to a certain altitude of the common altitude is 600 kilometers, for example, for low Earth orbit, and we want to change that altitude to, let's say, 1200 kilometers. We also have deorbit maneuvers at the end of life because we want to dispose of our spacecraft, attitude control, deep space missions, and so on and so on. So there is a great need to be able to move our spacecraft. And usually when we think of propulsion in space, what comes to mind is conventional space propulsion, which is chemical propulsion. These are the huge boosters that shoot out something that looks like a fiery, hot steam or smoke that comes out of those space boosters, usually associated with high heat. And these thrusters are in fact devices in which different chemicals come together and they burn together. There is an exothermic chemical reaction, so a reaction that releases a lot of heat, and that gives us the energy that propels or shoots out particles from the thruster, from the spacecraft, and that moves the spacecraft forward to where we want it to go. Now, the problem with chemical propulsion is the fact that it is limited. It is energy limited, it is momentum limited. This means that for every pound of fuel, of propellant, there is so much energy or so much momentum that we can gain out of it. And this is a major limitation because this means that in order to perform a certain maneuver, we would need a certain amount of fuel. And in space, that's quite a lot, especially if we're going to missions to other planets where we need a lot of fuel. Sometimes that could amount to over 90% of the overall mass of the spacecraft. Now, plasma propulsion, on the other hand, is a neat idea in which we take our propellant, which is usually inert propellant, so it's non-toxic, non-flammable, non-explosive. We inject it through a set of electric and or magnetic fields, and that accelerates that propellant out. Now, if we want to give more energy to that propellant, all we need to do is just increase those electric fields, and we'll be able to increase the energy and gain more momentum per pound of propellant. Now, the bottom line here is that there is no limitation like we had with chemical propulsion. So plasma propulsion is very fuel efficient. We can run many maneuvers in space with a relatively low mass of propellant. Now, that is very, very important because when we run an analogy to cars, for example, chemical propulsion is more fuel wasting. And so a good equivalent would be to buy a car. So let's say you wanted to buy a car, which is a spacecraft to space, but you had a problem. You could fuel only once at the beginning of the mission. Okay, I'm not talking about refueling options now that people are talking about in space. We'll talk about that later. But in most space missions, you have no refueling option. So you have to take all the fuel with you from the get-go. Now, if you have chemical propulsion, what you would go for probably is a fuel tanker. So you'll get a gas tanker filled with fuel, and that would suffice to whatever mission that you have in space. Now, plasma propulsion is much more efficient. It's equivalent to a car that has a really, really efficient, fuel-efficient engine. So think about an engine that could run probably tens of or thousands of miles on 1 gallon. So that's incredibly efficient. And this is exactly plasma propulsion, because we could take much, much less fuel with us in order to perform a maneuver. And just to give you another example, just to see the numbers, what we're talking about here, we have 2 examples of Mars mission and a mission to Pluto. And for a Mars mission, traditional propulsion or chemical propulsion amounts to more than half of the overall weight of the spacecraft, whereas electric propulsion or plasma propulsion, they're the same thing, are only 20%. Now, if you go farther out in the solar system to Pluto, almost all of the mass of the spacecraft would have to be just pure fuel if we were to use chemical propulsion, the conventional propulsion. It goes down to about 1/3 by using electric propulsion. And this is very, very good for us, of course, because all the room that's left can be used for anything else. It can be used for payload, can be used for reducing the entire weight or the entire mass of the whole rocket, and it would be much easier to launch those rockets to space. So there are many, many advantages here. And in the last few decades, electric propulsion or plasma propulsion really emerged in the world and became more and more popular because there was a whole new spectrum of applications that did not exist in the past that now could have been executed in space. So now a normal satellite in low Earth orbit, for example, could perform a whole set of maneuvers, right? And adding to that, the recent trend of new space with the many, many startup companies working on propulsion, these startup companies emerged really almost out of nowhere in the past, I would say, 5 years. And they're all offering very fuel efficient, mass efficient, volume efficient plasma propulsion systems. And these systems are dedicated to giving the ability and capability to all those spacecraft to maneuver in space in ways that we didn't see in the past, we didn't see before. So this is a great thing. And just to give you an idea of how this technology spread out globally in the past few decades, you see a map of where electric propulsion or plasma propulsion is being developed around the world. And you see here academia, industry, and government facilities by color. Obviously, most R&D or most manufacturing is conducted in North America, Europe, and Japan and China. And we see, just in the past decade, I would say, we see a great increase in the number of entities around the world that are working on electric propulsion. Now, in terms of technology, of course, the US is leading the technological race, but Europe and Japan and China are not very far behind. Also Russia, I would add. And just to give you another example of how popular this technology became in the past 5 years, we see a figure here of the number of spacecraft using electric propulsion, plasma propulsion. And we see how that usage goes up over time, starting with the early 80s. And what you see here is that traditionally, plasma propulsion was used for geostationary satellites, that is communication satellites that were used for, they're mainly used for satellite TV. But in the past few years, we've seen a great increase in the usage of these propulsion systems, especially in the past 2 years, 2019 and 2020. And if all of you recall, let me just put a figure on that. And so you see the great increase in the usage. Actually, we went up from, I would say, a couple dozen satellites with electric propulsion per year to almost 1,000 satellites. And the main driver for that is, of course, the constellations by SpaceX and OneWeb. Both constellations that are still launching satellites to space are using electric propulsion or plasma propulsion based on Hall effect thrusters. Actually, a few years ago, Elon Musk said a few words about Hall thrusters and the big report. Now, we are talking about more than 1,800 satellites launched as part of these constellations, and many more are about to be launched. And each and every one of these satellites carries a plasma propulsion system on board because of its unique features, okay? Because of the fact that it's very fuel efficient, because of the fact that it gives each and every one of those satellites the ability to drop at a certain altitude, go up to the dedicated altitude in space, perform orbit maneuvers over years, just maintain the orbit of that satellite, and then at the end of life dispose of that satellite. And that's a great thing. But this is plasma propulsion as we have it nowadays. Okay, so this is contemporary plasma propulsion. I want to look a little bit forward and ask ourselves, what's next? Okay, can we improve more on this technology? And how do these improvements how do we expect these improvements to benefit us as society in the next 5 to 10 years? So I'd like to go over a few recent technological improvements, a few advances that the scientific and engineering community are working on in the past 5 to 10 years, and how would that feed into the soon-to-be seen technologies. Now, the first one would be CubeSat technology. So we know that in the past decade or so, the CubeSat industry has seen great progress, growing numbers every year. And these CubeSats need to have some form of propulsion because we need to move them in space. They need to be able to formation fly in space, run constellations, and of course, more and more companies would like to launch constellations with many CubeSats, as many as possible, to perform all the missions. And remember that a flock of just a dozen CubeSats can easily replace one very heavy satellite. Now, the problem with these CubeSats is that they have low mass, low volume, and low power. So the scientific community, the plasma propulsion community, came up with solutions that could fit to those specific requirements. And this is very important because now we have the ability to move those CubeSats in space, something that we did not have in the past. It was very rare, mostly by academia or government entities. And this gives us the ability to deorbit at the end of mission, which is very important for CubeSats because we want to dispose of all that space junk. We want accurate positioning of different CubeSats, one relative to the other. We also have flexible positioning, so we can actually change formation in the middle of mission. And in case one of those CubeSats goes bad, we can replace it. So we can just run those thrusters, get it out of the orbit, and get a new one instead in a different launch. And these are the capabilities that we did not have in the past. This is something that we did not even have 5 years ago, and it's growing. And we would see more and more of these in a 5 to 10 years time span in the future. In the same way that we're going small, we're also going large. So we're about to see heavy-duty missions with very high power plasma propulsion systems. And these systems are going to use very powerful thrusters. A good example is the power and propulsion element in the bottom right corner. That is the main propulsion element for the Moon Gateway mission. We also have asteroid mining. A few years ago, there was a very important, very interesting mission proposed by NASA, which is called ARM, the Asteroid Redirect Mission. It was canceled since then because of political issues, but many companies are looking into using this technology, using this capability of grabbing an asteroid and dragging it to Earth. We also have deep space missions. By the way, next year, NASA will launch the Psyche mission, which is a mission to a metal asteroid. And the reason why I want to stress out the asteroid part or the asteroid mining part is because there is a great financial incentive in that. Well, you see, asteroids have different materials in them, and some of those materials are precious metals. Not only precious metals, just rare metals that are used in everyday appliances. Anything from rechargeable batteries, cell phones, advanced ceramics, cars, and so on and so on. So we need these metals, and they're not evenly spread across the globe. Some countries have more of these, some don't. And they're so expensive, they're insanely expensive. Some of them cost up to $200K per kilogram, US dollars. So if we could extract these materials from asteroids, that would be very beneficial for the entire humanity, for everyone, for all countries. Now, just to give you a sense of how beneficial it is for a company to mine asteroids, if we take the least expensive material here, which is ruthenium, $25K per kilogram, a washing machine size chunk of ruthenium is worth $320 million. And this is the least expensive here on the list, okay? So if we grab an asteroid, which is 100 times bigger than that, and contains more than just ruthenium, platinum, iridium, palladium, and other materials, that would be very financially beneficial to whoever runs the mission. Okay, so we have to remember that. Another thing that's very interesting is something that we call immortal thrusters. So thrusters that do not die. You see, plasma thrusters have a limitation, and that is that they erode. So the plasma that comes out of the thruster looks very sci-fi, very neat. That plasma is very energetic. It actually, those particles, which are normally xenon particles, erode like water eroding a rock in the river. They erode the interior of the thruster until they just eat out the interior of the thruster, and the thruster stops working. Now, the clever scientists at NASA came up with this neat idea of using the magnetic field lines, or magnetic fields that are already inside the thruster, and shape them in a specific way in order to create something that's called magnetic shielding. So we are keeping that plasma away from the walls of the thruster, and those walls just do not erode. And this is very nice because it gives us the ability to have spacecraft that run theoretically forever. So long-lasting maneuvering, that will give us the ability to run communication satellites for over 20 years in space, observation satellites that will run a whole set of maneuvers in space, anything from initial orbit injection through orbit maintenance, through deorbiting, very similar to what SpaceX is doing today, but even in a greater scale. And it will enable us to do something that we could not do until now, and that is very low orbit satellites. So satellites that hover at around 200 kilometers, and this gives us the ability to take a look at, on the surface of the ground very closely from 200 kilometers. This is really, really close. And this gives us the ability to monitor agricultural areas, natural disasters, rescue missions, oil spills, and so on. So for society, that's a huge plus. And we're looking at things that will eventually unfold in the next few years. I won't go through all of these specific advances here. I'll just say that the scientific community is looking into unique propellants, not only xenon, which is the common propellant for plasma propulsion, but they're looking into iodine, which is solid propellants, and so on. The community is looking into mass production, which is something that SpaceX and OneWeb already started doing. But this, of course, reduces the price of each and every unit. And also something that's called air-breathing propulsion. So that is the ability to fly low, grab some of the little atmosphere that exists at very low altitudes, and use that as rocket fuel. So basically, this gives us the ability to move in space without carrying the fuel with us. We just grab whatever is there already in space. And there's a little bit, but that's enough for flying a mission. And overall, this gives us the ability to come up with compact spacecraft, quick spacecraft deployment. Okay, so units of propulsion systems, fast propulsion system waiting on the shelf just to be used quickly whenever we need it. And low spacecraft cost. And the cost is the main driver here. And it goes down and down every year now. And it's just great because it gives access to all of us to space. So I'll end up with this quote. And I really see a bright future in the next few years to this technology. And I think that we would all benefit from that. It's just a matter of time. Thank you.
Dan, thank you very much. This is Michael Lane. Really appreciate that you're here. What time is it back home?
It's 9:20 p.m.
Okay, that's not so bad. Good.
That's perfect time for listening.
I think when we talked, it was